Hi, whoever's there, say hi. Sorry about that. It was everything just got a little bit. Everything's got a little bit hectic all of a sudden. Oh my God! I've got my beard literally caught in my zip. Yeah. So who's there? My glasses are steamed up. Back in 1 second. Hey, Penny. Rock on. Yeah, everything just got a little bit. I needed to get the girls out for the second walk. I'll just give you a very quick rundown. I need to get the girls out for a quick walk. Then the plan was to get back, nip to the shop, come back, start the live. Everything was timed to perfection. But it just didn't work out that way. So I ended up. So I missed my local shop and had to get a taxi. Just go down to the shop and come back again. I'm trying to work out why there's I'll be that side. Why there's a dark shadow just there. You know, have I got someone stood next to me or what? Let me see if I can. Nothing seems to be. There doesn't seem to be any reason for it. I don't know why there's a dark shadow there. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Who gives a shit about shadows? Oh, so lovely to see you. Nice to see you, Annie. And lovely to see you, Joanna. How's Storm? She's I think she's one of those dogs that's quite. I think she can be quite sickly. You know, some people are quite sickly, aren't they? There's always something wrong with them, and as soon as they get over one thing, they end up getting something else. But with Storm, it's always something that comes across initially as really serious, you know, really severe, and after being kind of gently bent over a barrel by most vets and absolutely shafted. A lot of the time it's inconclusive, you know, there's no actual kind of, this is what's wrong with her, here's some medication for it. It's just, we've got a rough idea, here's some meds, you know, hopefully it'll sort it out. So it was inconclusive, but she seems to have bounced back completely, you know. I mean, if you take vet visits with her, just her, and the amount of damage she's done to furniture, to books, my trainers, doormats, the list goes on and on and on. She's cost thousands and thousands of pounds worth of damage, you know. For what she's ended up costing us, we should have been able to shell out for a Crufts winner, you know, or you know, a greyhound that never loses a race. They're so expensive. Well, Zephyr, she never went through a phase like that. She was fine, you know, from day one. So thought I had a car lined up, ready to go and view on Monday, and that's not turned out, because on the you know, you can view all this information online about its MOT, what it needs doing to it, stuff like that, just based off putting a reg in there, reg number. And unfortunately, even though it would have been very, very practical for me, on the, you know, where you can look at the MOT and, you know, and it tells you the mileage of each time it's had the MOT. So in 5 years, the mileage has gone back 5,000 miles. So that was a bit of a red flag for me. So I've had to turn it down. Yeah, predictive text can be quite entertaining, you know. It depends on what your phone's remembered. And if you've got a bit of a potty mouth as well, it will automatically just assume that you're about to swear. Or I've not got a potty mouth. I do swear quite a bit on the videos, but that's just to keep the channel small. And smoking. Look it up. It doesn't like YouTube doesn't like swear words, and it doesn't like people, you know, smoking, because it's got, you know, the algorithms are both visual and audio. So, and it's worked, you know, because statistically speaking, we should have, you know, 25,000-30,000 subscribers, but we don't. We've got just a nice little amount, you know, perfect, with the right people. So is it just you two in then, ladies? So 7 people there. Chime in, folks. Let me know you're there. So yeah, get just the inconvenience of having to get a taxi to take Storm to get to go to the vets, a taxi to on the way back. There was 50 quid gone, right? And a taxi down to my local co-op, and I thought, do you know what I'll do? I'll buy a bottle of milk, because I haven't had a bottle of milk since before I went to the day before I set off to go to Eidhouse, the caravan, and then never made it back in the car because it was written off in a flood. And then I was rescued by our Annie Red. So yeah, 50 quid to take Storm to the vets and back, and then another tenner just to go to the shop because I just missed mine because I got the timing off. And yeah, by the time I got in, I was just drenched. What do you think, guys? Do you think I should just go for like a goatee beard, a goatee, you know, just like something like that? What do you reckon? Or do you think I should just keep going and keep going? So I've got annoying little pop-ups. So I was thinking about thinking about Elon Musk. Just, you know, bear with me. You know, this Dogecoin. Now, from common sense and logic tells me that they are never, ever, ever, ever going to be able to pay 37 trillion of debt off. It's impossible. You know, you could be looking at 20, 30, 40 generations down the road, and it will never be paid off with an entire country if they were all working. It's impossible. You see, a lot of people, you know, most of us can comprehend what a million is. It's quite a challenge to comprehend what a billion is. A trillion is it's a ridiculous amount of money. You know, we just see it as just a word, or hear it as just a word. You know, our comprehension of what a trillion it looks like, or what a trillion can do. A trillion could end world hunger. But then you've got the I'll come back to that. So Dogecoin, and they're pushing that more and more and more and more on, right? So Dogecoin is digital money. What's the CBDC? Digital money. It's they have to completely and totally destroy one financial system in order to create another, and they're just making it sound amazing, you know, like it's going to solve everything. What are they going to do? Wipe 37 trillion? Just let's just wipe. Let's have a clean slate, you know. And then there was mention of our version, which I think they tried to sell it as Britcoin. You see, I still don't trust Bitcoin, you know. So, and I just had that chat with the taxi driver. I just said, I bet you've got a card reader and everything in now, you mate. He said, yes, mate, got to move with times. Got to move with the bloody times. And he says, got people paying with the phone and paying with the card, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, these Muppets have got no idea as to the right. So this is one of the problems that I've got, right? I'm sorry if I keep freezing again. One of the problems that I've got is that when I see stupid people or people just chatting bollocks, they can't really, they're so fixated on looking for someone to lead them, looking for a hero to come and save them, that they're just I am finding it. I do find it challenging from time to time to have any tolerance for people that are just they can't see past their nose, because these people are dragging us down, dragging me down with them, you know. And the sooner I want everyone to just wake up yesterday, so we can get it on, you know. So you get people like that, just yeah, they'll be quite happy to sort of like, oh, I can get a chip in my wrist like my dog. Oh, that sounds amazing. Well, I don't need to open the door to work anymore. I just wave my wrist over it. It starts out as like holdables, then it goes to wearables. You know, where you've got watches that can actually take your pulse, and then they start you know, that's when transhumanism starts to really kick in. You see, I remember my sister. She was doing a bit of cleaning for a while, and she worked for this bloke, and I went along for just to help out a little bit, and she said the guy'd be fine about it, and he was. And he gave me a print of quite a famous artist, but he's gone now. But it's all about in the Industrial Revolution and stuff. It was quite an interesting. You look at it, and there's just so much going on in there. It's in the loft now because it doesn't fit in my house. It doesn't fit with my decor, you know. But even then, I mean, that was easy 35 years ago, and he had a little kind of chip thing attached to his skull. Mad. And that was then. So I suppose you could consider that a wearable, you know. But it's when they start getting in your head, getting in your wrist. Oh man. Come on, guys, there's 8 of you. Let's get chatting. Let's get this party started. Like I said, I do apologise for the lateness of the live. You know, my timing was okay. It was just my local shop needs to learn to stay open longer. It's very inconvenient. So Annie, I'm going to ask you in public, will you marry me? No, not really. I'm only joking. I'm going to dedicate all of tomorrow to trying to find a car. And if I find one and it's not too far away, a mate has offered to ask me, but he's a tough one to nail down. And then I've got another mate who's still recovering from an ankle break, a break in his, well, 3 breaks in his ankle, and he's a truck driver, self-employed. And I think this is going to be a permanent injury. I think the guy could be looking at hundreds of thousands, you know. And we kind of lost touch for a while, but hundreds of thousands of pounds, yeah, we'll get back in touch again. I'm not like that. I'm not like that at all. I used to work in accounts. Money doesn't really exist. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Now they're just digits on a screen, and this is why mortgage, the whole mortgage thing is. So again, one of the concerns that at least 1 or 2 people mentioned in the last live, when I was saying, tell me what you're most stressed about, tell me what worries you the most, and there were various different things, because different things are different stresses to different people for different reasons at different times. So yeah, so one's really hard to nail down because he works 3 jobs, but he knows a lot about cars, so very handy to have. One's kind of broke his ankle. There are a couple of other people, but it's nice to just kind of meet up with Annie, you know. So Annie, if you can, I'll give you plenty of notice, and I will sort you out. You'd have shock if I said yes, Terry. Said yes to what? What was it? Oh yeah, yeah. I wouldn't have been shocked. But can you wear white, Annie? No. Can you imagine what? Can you imagine what our wedding would be like? It would just be like just lines and lines and lines and lines of motorbikes. You know what I mean? And blokes with long hair and leathers on and long. Well, yeah, you know, yeah. That would be funny. That would be funny. And yes, Joanna, you could be a bridesmaid. Gold, silver, and commodities are money with value. Yeah, I have said in a few videos that if you've got any spare cash, first and foremost, spend it on food. Because they have given the thumbs up now for mealworm, powdered mealworm to go into food. That's it. It's going ahead. Slippery slope. And but do you know, whenever they come out with shit like this, right, that we're thinking this is fucking wrong. This is wrong, you know. But whenever they come out with something like this, they always kind of butter it up, you know. It's like, but they're not normal mealworms. No, we're not going to give you crap mealworms. We're not evil. They will have all been under UV, so artificial sunlight, to boost the vitamin D in there. So it makes it sound like you're getting a natural source of vitamin D from eating bugs, bugs. You couldn't make this shit up. You couldn't, you know. And again, we need to make sure that we make enough noise to make sure that at least it's kind of, because I mean, they're on about putting in pasta and stuff like that. Now, I'm good for pasta, believe me. I'm well sorted for pasta and flour, but pasta in particular. But Bovea were working with Danone in 2018. So what's to say that all of this shit's not been in our food for God knows how long? You know, we seem to be finding out a lot of things after the fact, which is concerning. You see, I don't know if you because it's, you see, you know me. I never ask you to like, and I never ask you to subscribe ever, or share. I never ask you to do any of those things. If you do them, it's literally off your own back. But when I put things into the community section, I don't know how many views that's had. Shorts, videos, I know how many views they've had, and I'm not bothered about views, but I want to know. I do need to know if something I put in the community tab has been viewed, because I understand what shadow banning is. You know, I can tag loads and loads of people in for really, really important information. Tag loads of people in, click send, and not one single person will get that. It will just say that they have, but they haven't. So so I know that can occur on YouTube. So sometimes I need your confirmation that you can see something in the community tab that I posted in there, because otherwise I don't know if I'm being shadow banned or not. If it's not got any likes, the only indicator that someone's at least taken the time to look into it or look at it is when there's a like. It doesn't tell you how many views it's had. Yeah, and in amongst all of that, trying to get back in time to start the live on time and all of that, my battery died on me, so everything just kind of got a little bit carried away, you know. Right. So let me just see if anyone's actually clocked what I put in the community tab, because it's important. Hold on a minute, because if you can't see it, I'll show you it on the screen. Yeah. Oh, it's got a comment. Just a little one. So it's got a comment. So, right. So I know that at least one person's seen it. Give it a chance to just. Can you see that? Right. Just wait for it to just. Oh, man. You see, all of these YouTubers, they can just put this on part of the screen, you know, just, I can't do that. I'll read it out to you, right? Boffins rejoice as chicken grown entirely in labs hits UK shelves in world first, right? The revolutionary chick bites. Now, I mean, if I saw a little, if I saw a packet of something in a supermarket and it said chick bites on it, I ain't buying it. You know, that's not going in my basket. Which boffins claim have all of the health benefits, of course they do, of regular chicken, are only available at one location for now, but should soon be coming to a shop near you. You know? It's just so sickening and so twisted. There, look. Now, we could all be thinking, well, they're going to have to label it. They're going to have to tell us, aren't they? Well, again, Danone, they were using Boveo in 2018. No one told anyone, you know. So what's to stop them from putting this lab-grown meat into supermarkets and just putting it in with all the rest of it? You'd never know. You see, I've got meat. I've got so much meat in my freezer now, and some of it's a couple of years old. I know that over time it does lose some of its, its goodness, but it's cryo status. So it's still, it's kind of held in animation. Everything. But I trust the pasta that I've got stocked up. I trust that now. And any cans that I bought, say 3-4 years ago, I trust that way more than I do anything that I buy in the shop now. Again, when you're looking at all of these big retailers, or the big names, just like the recognizable names that we grew up with, they've all been bought out by massive corporations. And these massive corporations are all about the shareholder, not the customer. Can we build the weight up of this can of beef steak, of chopped steak? Can we bulk it out with organs, or just maybe put 2 pieces of beef in there and then put the rest up with really cheap fucked up gravy? It's all about the profit margins. It's all about the investors. They don't care about us. Sunflowers. Oh, sunflowers. See, sunflowers. I've got a giant one on my chest. It's quite detailed. Beautiful, beautiful flowers. Whole thing's edible. Yeah, was it chicken? Not chick bites. Was it chuck bites? Chick bites? Either way, it doesn't sound very appetizing to me. Yeah, chick bites. So then you've got this mental image of just loads of little chicks, having their stem cells removed out of their little legs, and then put in a petri dish, giant petri dishes, and it just grows and grows and grows. I mean, this is Frankenmeat. Frankenmeat. I mean, does anyone, because I had my car emptied, obviously, because it was written off and then it was impounded, right? So the entire contents of my car, some of it, well, a lot of it is in just plastic bags the plastic bags are evidence bags, because that they work with the police on a regular basis. So they had to completely empty my car without me being present, and just put it all in bags and bring it through to reception. And then I put it all into Annie's car, and then we came back. But I'm glad that they accepted my excuse of that kilo of heroin being snuff for my sinuses. That's the page for your dog. Food, chick, bites, and pets at home. Is it really? Oh man. You see, and these are our families, you know? They're not just dogs, they're not just cats, they're not just birds, they're not just guinea pigs, they're not just snakes, they're not just bearded dragons, you know? We see them as family because we're from an entire nation of animal lovers. Sort of the opposite of China, really, where they've got absolutely no animal protection laws there whatsoever. So you can do what you want with them and no one will do anything. Look at these wet markets and dogs. Where are we? Yeah. Well, I've had to feed Storm just chicken and rice because it's lighter on the belly. Make sure there's been a few times when I've trapped my beard in the zip and I've looked at the zip, not on this top, but on a few other tops. I've looked at the zips and it's just kind of, you can just see it poking through, you know, like a 70s porn star's pair of knickers. And it's been quite an intricate challenge to try and release it all without too much pain. We had a great time. We went to both the Fortune in London. It's impossible. I think the average pint's about £7. £7 for a pint. £7 for something that is essentially 95% water. Absolute madness. Absolute madness. So yeah, I think going back to what I was saying about Dogecoin right at the start, I don't want to bore anyone. I'm just saying that is essentially a CBDC. And when I was talking about Trump not being your savior, you know, he is not being your savior to any of our American friends. He's not. But I've been looking at him, I've been watching him, and I've been listening to him for very intently for some time now, just to try and figure out what the fuck is going on and where he's coming from. And there is part of me that he genuinely believes what he's being told and what he's doing. He believes it. So I've mentioned before, it is possible to tell the truth. It's possible to lie and tell the truth at the same time. If that person is telling you something that you know not to be true, or you're just being polite and just hearing them out, if they believe what they are saying is the absolute truth, even though it's not, they're not lying to you. So my view on Trump is that he's making all those same mistakes all over again. You know, like I said, his entire cabinet, if you like, they're all lobbied by Israel or the people, the puppet masters, you know, the big families that are attached and connected to Israel, you know. And now he's turned around and said, yes, we're going here to Gaza. We're taking over Gaza, you know. And I've already seen footage of these beautiful beachfront properties being erected, you know. Clear all the rubble out of the way, and turn it into real estate, that's Trump's thing. That's his main business, real estate. He's not. He's not president material. You know, he's a businessman. He's got no. There isn't a political vein running through his body. Yet here he is, allegedly the leader of the free world. And I've been going on a few other, and yeah, I've still not been after my appeal being so abusive. I was expecting to be completely banned from the Nextdoor app. I'm still there. If you'd have read that the message that I left to appeal my comment, it'd crack you up. It was brilliant. But I don't mind saying so myself. It was all right. Do you know that in the UK, 85% of meat is factory farmed, 99% in the USA? That is so bad. You know, the thing is, right, I know that I'm in a proper minority when it comes to eating certain food, right? I don't like lamb. I can't stand lamb. It's too strong. I don't like turkey either. But where my caravan is, again, this is something I might have to do for you guys. I don't want to commit until, let me just explain it, right? So, because if I can help, I will help, right? And I do think that a lot of these farmers out there, just at least in the short term, need to maybe try and diversify. And by diversify, maybe sort of give up a few little plots of land here and there for people to come in with their own manure, with their own seeds, with their own gear, you know, and try and grow organically on their land. And you just pay them a fee, an annual fee, like you would with an allotment, you know. So there are lots and lots and lots of things we can be doing. But I do think that a lot of farms, just like a lot of pubs, you know, there are a lot of pubs in the Peak District and various other rural places that have had to diversify. So during the day, they're a pub, and then they close, and then they open again in the evening out of season, right? Back in camping weather, you know, they stay open from like 11 till 11. So, but a lot of pubs have diversified now because it means they'll close down and they'll turn it into a co-op or a Lidl, you know. And I think farmers, at least for the short term, could maybe do with just considering diversifying a little bit and making a few side hustles. Now, where my caravan is, on one side of the road is their land, and that's where all the caravans are. On the other side of the road is the farmhouse, and behind the farmhouse is a big fuck-off field, and that's where everyone goes camping. So they've got the camping bit, and then they've got the private field where my caravan is. But he's a sheep farmer, you know, and they're all grass-fed, all of them. So if when the time comes, I could get hold of, if you wanted to go, say, 4 ways on a lamb, you know, butchered, you don't need to, like, come on then, Dolly, come on in, come in. No, don't stay in the house. We need to go straight out into the backyard. You know, that bloke that's got an axe. None of that. You don't have to fucking kill it yourself, you know, or it will get chopped up into all of the. And I know this is horrifying for any vegetarians and vegans out there. Not so much the vegetarians, Annie. But yeah, you know, it could work out. It works because you know, if they start doing that, it works out a lot cheaper selling it to the public. In fact, it's cheaper, but they make more money from selling it to the public than they do in selling it by bulk to a supermarket that dictates the price. So it's a win-win. It's a no-brainer. So if any of you guys want to go like 4 ways on a lamb that's grass-fed, I see him. You know, I come out my caravan, I can see him rounding them up with one of his 2 sheepdogs. Incredible. But that's what he does. He's a sheep farmer, predominantly a sheep farmer with a campsite and a private caravan site, where they charge £700 a year just for cutting the grass. That's it. That's a nice earner. No overheads, you know. So yeah, I can get hold of proper organic lamb for you, but I'd need you to know. I'd need to know if you're A, interested, B, what you want to do and how you want to go about it. If you want to kind of just split it amongst 4 family members and then get, you know, split the chops up and whatever else. I don't eat lamb, so I don't know what all the parts are, you know. And then just stick it in your freezer, and you've got organic lamb, which is one of the fattiest meats, probably one of the healthiest meats that you can eat. So you've got one of the healthiest types of meat that's grass-fed and cheaper than you would buy it in any supermarket, pre-butchered. See, I can remember back in the days, pre-COVID, right? Every year there'd be it kind of have a little bit of a bonfire, and people would bring their own like homemade wine, their own homemade beers. There'd be food there, let a load of fireworks off. We'd all kind of get a bit pissed together, and yeah, it was really good. Good old days, which seem to have gone now. But I remember talking to the mother of the son that runs the farm, which was her belated husband's farm, passed on to Mark. And I can remember being over, because she's one of these people where you want to try and just keep it. I'm not a shallow talk, small talk kind of guy. And if I'm going to talk, I like to just get really invested in the conversation. But interesting, you know. I can give you my take on things. You might find it interesting, and I'm sure I'd find it interesting. You know, that's the whole point of talking, especially amongst people that are, again, awake, right? It's just we get to just communicate. It's like a breath of fresh air. But there are some people that their small talk and their shallow talk is so unbelievably unbearable. You just can't break away from them. There's a woman next door, but one that way, that I'm like, hi, and that's it. I can't wait to get in. You know, it's almost like I'm bursting for a wee. Or I've got the Rubik's Cube belt. I don't know if any of you've seen that meme. I thought it was hilarious. So yeah, I was at her doorstep, and she was just talking to me, and it was just it was of no interest. But she's like, you know, my caravan's there, stay on good terms with her. And next thing I know, her son's come round with well, it's not when people say lamb, they're not these cute little baby little lambs. You know, that's not lamb. Lamb's about a year old, so they're pretty much a fully formed sheep by then. And he had one in the back of his car, the back of his truck. And Jenny, she just turned around and she said, "See you tonight." And I had no idea what she meant by that. I thought she was talking to her son, but her son was stood there. There was no one in the car. All there was a trailer. But now I know what she meant. You know, we'll see you later in a completely different format, in a pot, a lamb hot pot. So I know I'm in the minority, but if any of you were, look, you know that I'll try and get money knocked off and try and find cheaper ways to get you things that I think you need, or things that you might think that you need. And I will always endeavour to try my absolute best. None of these powdered peanut butter people were prepared to give me any wriggle room whatsoever. But one thing I have noticed is that in almost every single one of the listings that sells the same product, it says either limited or last one, you know, and that's generated by eBay, not the seller. So it's probably true. So it is popular stuff. They don't need to put a reduction code on there, a money off code on there. They don't need to do that because they know they're going to sell it, you know. So I've got 4 tubs of that now, and yeah, I'm going to make a start on the 2 tubs that I bought a couple of years ago. Because the only downside to this this stuff is that during the process of turning it, before it's turned into a powder, they remove about 85% of the fat. But because there's still 15% fat in there, that can still go rancid. But again, you know, I've used up plenty of stuff that should have gone rancid, but was perfectly okay. You know, I don't know if anyone remembers me getting that big, massive multi-pack of UHT milk and saying, I found some bread dishes that can deal with this, or I can use this milk in some ordinary old-fashioned flatbreads and stuff. I opened one carton and it was just water coming out. So I shook it a little bit, just like water, just almost opaque. And all of a sudden the first clump came out, and then another clump came out. So I shook the lot. So, I mean, I don't recommend anyone buying UHT milk anyway, but it is a backup. And one of the things that I wanted to get was the denture chews for the dogs, because they have a denture stick after every time they have their dinner, and it keeps their teeth in perfect condition. But I completely ran out, and then I went into the camper van, which is where it's a home from home. I could just jump in there and just fuck off, you know, and probably survive, I don't know, 3-4 weeks in there. I'd used up all the denture sticks in there as well. So there was a few things I wanted to get from the co-op, but I had to get a taxi there because my local shop had shut by like 5 minutes. And one of the things that I wanted to get whilst I was down there, because I've not bought any milk since before I went away to the caravan, before New Year's Eve, you know. And I knew that Co-op sold Graham's milk, and they had a shitload of their milk. They've got a mixture. Usually they've got Graham's, just milk, Graham's. Then they've got Muller, and then they've got their own brand. So if I've ended up buying their own brand, because I've not had milk since before. I've not had any liquid milk in this house since 2024. Always sounds more dramatic when you say it like that, doesn't it? So if anyone can do a really, really, really quick Google search for me to find out if the milk that I have bought that doesn't say Muller is Bovea free, I would really appreciate that, guys. Hold on. See, I don't know. You see, supporting, this is what they say, they put stuff like that on everything. Supporting British dairy farms. Yeah, of course you are. So if anyone can find out whether or not Co-op's milk is Bovea, just so that I don't have to distract myself away from this live stream, so we can carry on chatting. Without any distractions. So I cleaned out my one stop of their entire stock of Snickers, and then I've just been and wiped out Co-ops as well, because just the last few years. But I take them out of the multi-pack wrapper, and then I get the edge of each Snickers bar and get a sharp knife, just put a little prick to release all the air out of the actual packaging that's around the Snickers bar, that's come out of the multi-pack wrapping, you know, and then I just put them into these small vac pack things and just suck all the air out of them and just put good for 6 to 7 years. And I'm stashing them all over the place, you know, because even if they get hot and the chocolate melts, it will just reform again, because there's no wriggle room in there. There's nowhere for it to move to. Snickers bars. Oh, I've got a little bit lost here. Yeah, the success of Trump is because he's a businessman. He knows all about business, and his main expertise is in real estate, right? So if he's in real estate, why has he not mentioned to anybody, right? Because real estate, by way of domestic or business, real estate is still real estate. It's still property, right? And nobody seems to, a lot of people don't seem to realize that when COVID happened, it was like, all right, everyone worked from home. And then they realised, oh, I'm saving a fortune on the rent that I was paying for these premises. I'm saving a fortune. So we'll work from home from now on. Now, the amount of money that's lost because of office spaces and stuff just sitting there empty. Buildings just starting to show signs of dilapidation, because they're not being used or heated. Canary Wharf is a tiny percentage of its full capacity. So this is another element of an incoming financial bust, because you wouldn't believe how much money that involves. Massive amounts. So you would think Trump would be on that, thinking, right, this, yeah. He is like I said, he is a businessman. He's not a politician. And I think he could be quite a shrewd businessman. You know, you put him in a room where you're trying to do a deal, and he'd be perfect for the job. He doesn't need any lines. He doesn't need to really memorize anything. It does read off script from time to time, but generally speaking, he can hold his own. It's the people around him that I'm concerned about, and the fact that he's taken over Gaza. You know, and they all have these selling points as well. It's like, I've taken over Gaza. Nobody else could think anybody could do that. Only me. God may be able to do that, but God looks at me as a God. So if that God asks me for advice from time to time,
And yeah, one of the great things about Gaza now is that the homosexuals are safe now because none of the buildings are still standing to throw them off. So it's very gay friendly now too. Nobody else could achieve that. No, I'm the only one that could ever achieve a gay friendly Gaza. The Co-op own brand milk is supplied by Muller. Great. Down the kitchen sink that goes then. Who have stated that while their Muller direct supplying farmers do not use Bovea in their feed, they are collaborating with one of their retail. So Annie? Is that a yeah? Is that a yeah? Is that milk is just as good as Muller or Arla, but just doesn't have the label on there? Can you just confirm that? Processing milk, one of these retail partners who use Bovea in a program involving 40 farms. That's a lot of farms. Out of their total, approximately 1,000 supplying farms. Right, so it's a hit and miss thing, Annie. So I could have milk that's from a farm that's just not affected whatsoever, mixed in with farms that are connected to Bovea. Oh. It's like a McDonald's burger, right? Because the ingredients, you can ask for it. You can I have a look at the ingredients of this burger? Is that all right? By law, they've got to say, yeah, here we go. And they'll have some sort of laminated bit of paper, telling you everything that's in a burger. And they'll pass it over to you. And it will just say that it's made from 100% Irish beef, or something like that. But what they don't tell you is that all of these cows might not be living in great conditions, because they've got to make it's about maximizing profit. That's all it is, yeah. So yeah, anyway, when it says like 100% Irish beef for your burger from McDonald's, I don't remember the last time I had a McDonald's. I'll never go there again. Anything that Bill Gates is involved in, I've got no intentions of getting involved or eating anything like that. But the beef that goes into these patties that are Irish beef, one burger could be from 20 different cows. And how do we know that the burgers that people are eating from McDonald's and Burger King and all of the other big chains, especially McDonald's, how do we know that these burgers aren't lab grown? How do we know? Not all whistleblowers or potential whistleblowers have got balls. It's as simple as that. It's like, just put up and shut up. That's it. And going back to a chat earlier on about mortgages. We were talking about money, and that I think it was Joanna. I think she was a accountant or an accountant's assistant, and I forgot what I was going to say. Only eat homemade food. Yeah, well, even homemade food though, Joanna, is coming from somewhere. So if you make your own spaghetti bolognese and with spaghetti, most people don't make their own spaghetti, and who knows where this minced beef's coming from. So I mean, you can make your own sauces and stuff, but the two main ingredients of a spaghetti bolognese, you've got no control over. So if they're adding it to our pasta, But these are the rules of the game between light and dark, good and evil. These are the rules of the game, right? It is a little bit like chess, right? This is what we're going to do, right? But because the vast majority of people aren't looking or paying attention, it's down to us being a bit sleuthy. Yeah, it is. It's down to us just to stay on top of all of this shit, to stay on top of all this nonsense, and just sharing information and sharing our research. In fact, you know what? Wouldn't it be good? Oh no, that'd be a terrible idea. Working at home is loss of sandwich with coffee. I think you mean lost of sandwich and coffee shops revenue. Yeah, and again, a lot of these coffee shops, like Costa, they don't pay any tax. They don't pay any tax at all. Again, this is another example of inversion, right? So income tax is voluntary. It's voluntary. So the only people that are meant to be paying any tax towards the coffers of the UK to keep things clean and moving along and stuff, which what's our community our council tax for? But yeah. So you've got places like Costa Coffee that don't pay any tax in this country, yet they're everywhere. But so they don't pay the tax off the profit that they make, which is unlawful in this country, but they know all the loopholes. And the people that are paying tax are paying income tax, which is voluntary. So I don't know if anyone had a look at that that letter in regards to council tax. It's just going up and up and up and up and up, and we're seeing less and less and less and less to show for our money, and all the legislation's there for you to look at in that post. And I said earlier on to Annie in a text that all I'm saying is that council tax, if you're prepared to just put up a little bit of a fight, just at least for the short term, and just push that legislation forward that I put in the community section before it all changes, because I'm sure they'll if the trend starts and people stop paying that, I mean, that's a lot of money. If you think about what have we got, 60 odd million people in this country, something like that. So that's 60 odd million quid, 60 odd million pounds, 60 odd million people, each paying an average of say £1,500 a year. No, I don't. I think that's way too optimistic. Average. I don't know. But what I do know is that you don't need to pay it. You don't need to pay it. And all the legislation's there. All you need to do is just own it, take it to court, and oh, she's such a loud drinker. But I've had to put like a electrolytes solution in there, so I'm in a position where every single lap of water that she takes goes through me, goes right through me. But I know that there are electrolytes in that water, so that's building up. It's rehydrating her because she lost a lot of fluid, hell of a lot. Yeah, I don't eat that much meat, but I'd say 50% of my meals have got some form of meat. You know, our council tax is for the council. Well, and that's another thing, right? So we all heard, or I'm sure most of you guys heard, over the last sort of maybe couple of years, something like that, where what they're planning on doing is consolidating all of the councils into one. And that's a form of decentralization. And they're trying to take away your ability to vote in the local elections. It's got nothing to do with the fact that they feel like reform's a threat. It's got fuck all to do with that. Nothing. You see, we've all heard about. So we've all known, and more so now that we've all kind of opened our minds. It was a blue versus red versus blue here and America, giving you the illusion that you've got a choice, right? So that was the uniparty system. We've got a tri-party system. We have, and I know some of you guys are taking some serious fucking convincing, but time will tell. And it will prove it to you. Reform is just, it's in there with Labour and Tory. It's a tri-party, giving you the illusion that you've got a choice, the illusion that you've got some sort of hope in our current political system when you haven't. So it's going to get to the point where you can't put food on the table anymore. So you end up thinking, fuck them, let's go for it. Because by then you'll either be so crushed that you just become some sort of like depressed hermit, or fight will kick in, especially if you've got kids. Sal Misra, how's it going? You did send me a message earlier on, a comment saying, are the live streams planned? And they're not really, I don't think anything that I've ever put out, whether it's been live streams or little preppy videos or walk and talks, they've all been random, They've all been random. I don't pick a time, but then I don't think a lot of people do, really. But I do put reminders out, and sometimes I do try and stick to the times of the reminders that I put out that I'm going to be doing a live stream. Having said that, when I see notifications that someone else is doing a live stream later on, I'll click notify me, then I'll just forget all about it. So sometimes spontaneity is the best thing, and we get people just jumping in. They'll just be on YouTube and they'll go, Terry's doing a live, or they'll click on the lives tab on their account, and it'll bring up all of anyone that's doing lives. and because it's public, we get loads and loads of people that we've never seen before, or encountered before, or interacted with before, and that's quite lovely. That is lovely. I will grow as much food as I can this year. Yeah, just look. I know that none of us have got an allotment sized garden. None of us have got an acre or a couple of acres. None of us, which is why this channel was set up as a city prepping channel. It was called City Prepper UK, and because everyone was typing in City Prepper. To kind of look at, right, so this City Prepper in America, right, and I believe that he's so sucked up into the system, he's I don't think you get to survival lily aside. I don't think you get to get that amount of subscribers as a prepping channel if you're not towing some sort of government line or various, agendas, shall we say. And looking back to some of his videos, I don't really get anything from him anymore. I don't really get anything from him whatsoever. And even his lives are pre-recorded, and then he's watching the comments and reacting in the comment section as his pre-recorded live's gone out there. Because I don't think everyone can do a live like this, I think to a lot of people it is a bit of a challenge, but I do constantly go into the comment section just saying, please utilize your YouTube channel. Please start speaking out. The more of us, the merrier, But so many people just prefer to just remain keyboard warriors and just put comments. That's it. When they've got this tool that they set up as a weapon against us, because YouTube's the second biggest search engine in the world. Google's number one, and Google owns number two. So, this is the best live. Oh, we've only just got going yet, Joanna. It could all go horrifically wrong. Only genuine people come here, and we are welcomed with respect. Yeah, that's definitely something that we do have, but then it does help with the fact that we always have a small kind of sort of core of people that join us on the lives, but because it's generally the same people, it's highly likely that we're all on each other's wavelength. We get each other, which is lovely. It's like an e-family. Has that term ever been used before? I don't think it has. An e-family, but I don't like the idea of that. Family's family. Online community. That sounds much nicer. I gave you the idea to call. Was that you? Oh my God! Right. So Sal Misra, and I reckon I know. I know it was you because I've thought back. And yeah, it was called originally City Prepping UK. Now, because when people were typing in City Prepping, they were getting through to City Prepper, which is an American channel with over 1 million subscribers now. The one that I've just mentioned that's towing the government line and the government tariffs, but cleverly so, right? When I first started the channel and called it that, it was gaining so much traction that I wasn't comfortable with that, because that's not what I wanted. What I wanted is what we've got now. but it's took nearly 5 years to get there. So I changed the name because it was just doubling and then doubling day by day. It was doubling. And so I put it out there and I said, can someone give me a different name for the channel? And because at the time I'd been talking about rose hips and how important they are and how easy they are to forage, because they're everywhere. They're everywhere. And it doesn't matter what rose bush it is, you know, they all produce rose hips, and rose hips have got 7 times more vitamin C than an orange. You know, they're a superfood, you know, as far as vitamin C is concerned. And I was very, as I'm sure you can just tell by the last 20 seconds of conversation about rose hips, I'm quite enthusiastic about them. And I've got my own growing now, you know. But I know loads of other places where I can pick them too. And so, yeah, Salmithera came up with, how about rose hip P. Guy? So a lot of people call me Rose in comments and stuff on other channels, in other people's chat or in other people's comment section. People have kind of called me Rose when they've not got the context that you've now got as to why this channel is now called the Rose Hippie Guy. And that's all off the back of Salmithera. So I heard it, she spelt it out, I think it's a she. And I just thought, yeah, that's just so perfect. So perfect. And the rest, as they say, is history. Are you off to bed, Annie? Oh, I'm sorry if I missed you, sweetheart. Sweet dreams, lass, and much love. And Dave's in the house. Good to see you, Dave. Hope you're all right, matey. Many viewers at that time. That's right, Salmithera. Do you remember the? Because people can go back, and I said that if we go over 1,000 subscribers, then I might be quite tempted to just close the channel down and start up another one, because I don't want traction. I don't want loads of attention, you know, because I do post stuff that's, you know, quite eye-opening, you know, and it's allowing me, YouTube's allowing me for some strange reason to post these studies and stuff like that. And on top of some of the shit that I come out with, you know, when I'm flowing, the bigger you are as a channel. If you look at, again, we don't know the ins and outs of Funky Prepper. We don't know the ins and outs. We don't know what the crack is. But when you have an audience that big and you start pushing out stuff that I'm pushing out now, it could get on top of you quite quickly. And I think it's possible, again, we're just theorizing right now. It's quite possible that was one of the reasons why his channel was taken down, because it was just getting too big and he was saying too much. I don't know. I've only watched a couple of his videos, so I'm just kind of reading between the lines and just just pulling a few thoughts out. Let me turn this hold on. Oh, that's bright. Yeah, and I'm going to turn the main light off in here. Whoa. When I came home, I was so hot, you know. I couldn't wait to just get some clothes off, just so I could cool down a little bit. And so I thought I'll go upstairs and I'll turn the heating off. I've turned the heating off now. I'm cold. So yeah, I know, Salmithera. Yeah, good days, good times, you know. It was again, it was a lot smaller, and there was only way less than 1,000 subscribers. I don't know. I can't remember how many there were, but you know, it was significantly lower than it is now. And part of that is down to your inspiration for changing the channel name to that, because You know, if you're looking for, but then having said that, if I'm putting a proper prepping video out there, that I think people that are starting out with prepping for the first time, I think that yeah, they're not going to type in Rose Hippie Guy, but when I put videos out that are very prepping based, I do start it with, in all caps, City Prepping UK, and then I'll give a title of what it is that I'm trying to put across. But yeah, it was a good thing that I changed the name of the channel. No one in their right mind is going to type in, right, I need to know a bit more about prepping. How about typing something like Rose Hippie Guy? No one's going to do that, which has helped. Plus me swearing from time to time, plus me smoking as well. The YouTube algorithms are both visual and audio, so it helps. It all helps. Hello, Michael. How you doing, brother? Good to see you, mate. Good to see you. I thought he seemed a bit crazy, but maybe he was telling truths. Who's that in relation to, Sam Misra? Because I'm not quite sure. Behave, everyone. The mods are here. Lol. Yeah, but you know, the three mods that we've got, they're you know, they're not kind of mega low tolerance people. They're just, you know, sometimes when I get talking and I go on one a little bit, I take my eye off the chat, and we can sometimes attract the wrong kind of people. And it is possible that, you know, the whole wrong kind of people thing is, you know, it really is a problem, because you end up with trolls that aren't part of our little tribe. They just come in, you know, because this is public. They can just drop in, and they didn't have to say a few things to me that gets my back up, and I respond. But I am trying to get on top of that. So it is good that we have got three mods that are kind of perfectly balanced, really, you know. But yeah, it's and I was looking up a little bit of information about Gates as well, and so right. Oh, so get this. How many times over the last, say, couple of years, for example, have you seen something or heard about something that was significant to the year 1984? Right. So I watched a video on Bill Gates in his kind of, I think he might have been in his mid-20s by then, and this was an interview of him in 1984, right? And now we've got £2 coins that are being released with the all seeing eye, and 1984, George Orwell, you know, him being depicted, and a few little small pieces of writing on there on the £2 coin. So there's 1984 there. There was a few things that happened in 1984, and but yeah, the main point is, in fact, what I'm going to do is I'll put it into the community tab. Now, this was a film that came out, and I had a dream within a dream within a dream. So I'd get out of bed, and I know that I can't have been older than 8 because of where this happened, because I remember it was so impactful. And so I woke up. So this is free to watch on YouTube. And bear with me.
What if your card offered you benefits?
Fuck off. Hate adverts. Right. Hold on. Right. So it's in the community tab. It's a feature length, full length British film, right? That came up dead randomly on my phone last night. So I didn't settle down to sleep till about 4 o'clock. It wasn't my intention to stay awake that long, but I remember watching this film at school. The film is called Threads, right? Now, I remember watching that at school, and it putting the shits up me, because earlier on in my life, I'd had a recurring dream. Well, not a recurring dream. It was one dream within a dream within a dream within a dream. So every time, I woke up in my bed, got out of bed, went to open the windows in a house with a pail or a bucket in the corner of the room, you know, sash windows, that freezing cold house. Getting out of bed, opening the curtains and just seeing a mushroom cloud and freaking out. You know, I can't have been older than 8 because mum and dad split up when I was 7. So I was still in that house. So I woke up seeing this mushroom cloud, and I was like, woke up, got out of bed, went to open the curtains, mushroom cloud. So I went to run away and run down the stairs, woke up, went to open the curtains, atomic mushroom cloud. So I managed to get to my bedroom door, run down the stairs, and woke up. And I woke up in my bed, scared shitless of whether or not to go and open those curtains. A dream within a dream within a dream, right? So then when I was about 12, they played a film called Threads, a British film. They played that at my school. Now, obviously, it's meant to be, you know, stuff. Anything that you're shown in schools meant to be educational, but I think that could have been part of the system, just putting the fear of God into us for further down the line, you know. But the crazy thing about that film is that it was based on a few things, and there are loads of things. If you've ever seen the film Threads, watch it again and you'll see it in a completely new light. You'll see all of the same things happening right now, you know, but just slightly different. The run on the shops, you know, the shopkeeper saying, "Oi," because they've heard the news, come over on the tannoy. And that's it. They're fucking gone. And the increase in food prices, people were just going out the shop with the trolleys. the shopkeeper saying, "Oh, you haven't paid for that. Oh, you haven't paid for that." There are loads and loads of little things. I've just put a link to the video, to the film, in the community section for you to watch at your leisure. It's free to watch. And yeah, it was the main focal point, other than the nukes, was an attack on Iran. So it's an incredible film, great actors, extremely well put together, ridiculously well put together, right? So yeah, have a look, check that film out. It's there just for you, you know. And I was watching that as a 12-year-old at school. I've got to go up because I feel like I've missed a few people. I know I have, so I do apologise. This is what happens. I get a little bit carried away and start chatting. I don't even know why it's called Threads. I mean, there is a little bit of footage of a woman knitting a little pair of woolen trousers for what must be a, I don't know, 10-month-old child. Just knitting, sat there knitting away. I don't know why else it might have been called Threads, but it's a hard hitting film, and especially if you're British or English. I mean, in 1984, Sheffield was the 4th biggest city in England, and it was a prime target back then because we were making a lot of steel, you know, and a lot of chemicals and a lot of other things that were useful to any potential war effort. And yeah, just watch the film. Please watch the film. It's called Threads. The link's there. You don't have to go searching for it. The link's there, and you'll see lots and lots of similarities in that film that kind of bring it to today, which is concerning. But we've all got our nuke pills, and I'm sure you've all got a rough idea of what to do. What was that? If you see a flash, don't look at it. Well, you know, that's stable doors, horses already bolted. You know, fuck me. I was on about Funky Prepper. He once said, everyone take your cash out of the bank like it was an emergency, making out something big was about to happen. Nothing did. I thought he's scaremongering. Well, I've done some similar videos. Salimisra. I've done some similar videos where I've just said, you know, if you go into a shop today with a £5 note, right, it's possible for you to buy 2 cans of corned beef, right, to put aside. In a year's time, you might have to use a £10 note to buy the same things. Now, it's not because the meat is rarer or more expensive to package or anything like that. It's literally an indicator that the money you hold in your hand, these plastic pieces of paper, are just becoming more and more and more worthless, to the point where, you know, again, I know that you've heard this before, but the analogy of someone turning up at a shop with a wheelbarrow full of cash and they go into a shop, they buy a can of Coke, they come out, the cash is all over the floor, and someone's nicked the wheelbarrow. So the thing about gold is that it's at a record high. And the thing about silver is that its true worth is still yet to be recognized, because it's being held artificially low by some very powerful people that are in families that are involved in the banking industry, you know. But you don't get taxed on gold, you get taxed on silver. But again, if you spend, I don't know, 32, 33 quid on a silver Britannia, I believe that will be worth double that in a couple of years' time. I do. As for gold, that will never lose its value. Investing in gold and silver it's not an investment. It's a storage of wealth. That's all it is. You're turning your assets, your financial assets, from worthless, shitty little pieces of empty wallet. So I don't even know why I even needed to I could have just verbalized this, but I'm just so that there with a picture of a twat on it there, it's worth nothing. It is literally, it even says on it that it's debt. That's all it is. It's debt. So what you can go out and shell out a £5 on now, you'll be lucky if you'll get that for a tenner in a year's time, because we are headed towards an unbelievably devastating financial crash. The start of an old system and at the end of an old system and the start of a new one. And so few people are prepared. So going back to that comment, Sal Misra, I was saying, some of you guys will remember, because I know some of you guys have been with me for a few years now. You'll remember me saying, get your money out of the bank. Just leave enough in there to pay your bills until you feel comfortable and confident enough to know that you don't actually need to be paying for your bills either. But I was saying, look at the truckers. I know it happens to Farage, right? But I think that's a complete and total load of fucking bollocks. It was a stunt. That's all it was. No faith or trust in Farage whatsoever, right? But the truckers and a few other people, outspoken people that posed a potential threat, have had their bank accounts frozen or taken down or deleted. So if you've got a little bit of silver, a little bit of coal, a little bit of gold buried somewhere, only you and someone that you seriously trust, just tell them where it is. Or maybe a couple of people, if you know a couple of people you really trust, that they would take a bullet for you, And again, I would just like to just clarify, I'm not a financial advisor. What do I know? What do I know? All I've got is a bit of common sense. That's it. So if you can afford silver, if you can afford gold, if you can afford platinum, if you can afford copper, like a big copper brick, none of these things are going to lose their value. None of them. They're only going to appreciate. I guarantee it. But again, how can I guarantee it? Because I'm not a financial advisor, you see. So my right round their fucking houses, just to respond to your comment there, Salmisara, on that occasion, I think Funky Prepper was on the nose. I really do. It's got nothing to do with scaremongering, although he does do a little bit of that. But then we do a little bit of that on this channel, but we do manage to somehow kind of bring it around to, right, this is good. This is a problem that's coming. And maybe these are solutions that we can, you know, mitigate, minimize the impact, you know. So we've got balance. Whereas Funky Prepper was very doomy. Very doomy. I've only watched a few of his stuff, you know. Leslie Jeepster, right? So Leslie, is that your? Are you kids and grandkids? Because that's the only Leslie I know. So just stop looking, please, darling. Or are you a different Leslie? But either way, it's lovely to see you. Sister visited after 2 years, jabbed up to the nines, still thinks I am mad as a box of frogs. Love that term. I use that term a lot. So many after 5 years who are totally asleep. Despair. Never despair, Leslie, for starters, because the way it seems to look is that we've got, say, out of 100% of society, we've got about 30. Again, the yin yang. This is just, it's unbelievable, and this is a lot of people putting a lot of effort and time and mental energy into trying to figure out and come up with stats. Right? I love stats. Love them. You know, it's a very, very simple way of putting something across, and it's a good teaching tool as well. So when these people are doing this, I love it. I love it because it makes sense to me straight away. So we've got 30. I would say we've got about 30% of society as a whole that we would probably need to start considering them as deadwood. You know, just holding you back, holding you down, and they'll never ever snap out of it. And these people, because I know people like that. You know, not many, not now. But I do know a few, and I've known plenty where I've just thought, you're on your own, because I can't. It was people like you and your ilk that's been holding us all back from getting all of this straightened up. You know, you're a drain on people that are either waking up or are awake, conscious. You're just a useless eater. Horrible term, you know. Air stealer, space waster, NPC. The list goes on. Lots and lots of different names for these people that will never ever come round, because the indoctrination and the brainwashing of the education system from day dot right the way through to today, there's just absolutely no reaching them. But the problem that we've got is that on the other end of the spectrum, we've got about 30% of people that are awake to some degree or another, right? That balance. That leaves the 40% in the middle that we need to try and work on. but a lot of the time we don't know if that 40% is, because that 40% is mixed up with that 30% of, you know. So that's the challenge that we've got, is trying to figure out who we can continue working on, because we have to keep doing it. We have to keep doing it. If some of us have been very, very outspoken right from the start of the COVID nightmare, right? Very outspoken. And then there are a lot of people that have kind of, that know what's going on, but I don't want any trouble. No, I don't want any more stress. It's too stressful. So it's those of us who have been very forthright and outspoken and continue to be so. We need to keep doing that, and we need to keep encouraging other people to do that as well, because that will just speed up the process. You know, if it was left to that 30% of just dead losses, which is sad, because I'm describing your family, I'm describing some of your old friends, but I'm also doing that for myself as well. You know, it's a bitter pill to swallow, but we've got to keep talking. The more we keep talking, the faster this will all be over and done with. Then we'll know what we've got to work with, and then we can start building on a decent society. But until that time comes, you know, you've got to keep talking and dropping those truth bombs, because you will benefit from it. You know, I mean, Michael, you know, I mean, there are loads of you guys that have got kids and worry about your kids and stuff like that. That should give you even more of an incentive to keep talking, because the faster we can bring about this change, this revolution, this renaissance, this taking our world back, this great awakening, the quicker we get to the top of this hill, the better. We've got to get to the top of this hill, and not talking about it, not discussing it with people, giving up on people to try and wake them up. Keep an eye out for those glimmers of light. If you see a glimmer, that's it. Take a step back, reconvene, and try a different approach, just so you can get them to start coming around. You know, you've got to remember this is mass formation psychosis. So they've managed to brainwash 30% plus of the entire planet. I'm just going to top my drink up. You've got to keep talking. You have to keep talking. Because all of that time, all of that effort, all of that anxiety, that stress, it will have all been for nothing. To all of you guys out there that have got a full head of hair, that hair is there specifically, this looks quite funny, I do apologise, to insulate you because heat rises. Now I've got no hair, I shave it, it needs another shave, but I'm just going to put something on my head just to insulate my head. Oh, that's better. I've got me let's tip whippets out cap on. I want to invest in a few more of these. I do like flat caps, but there aren't any razor blades in mine, unlike the Peaky Blinders. But yeah, the importance of continuing to wake people up, it's essential. It's essential because they're there, you know. I mean, there are people that I've kind of met and just, you know, and they'll ask me a question, you know. Quite a few people, they'll ask me a question. Like, I've heard about this. What do you think? You know, because of previous conversations that I've had, just like you guys, we're seen as kind of almost oracle-like. We know everything that's happening in the world, and all of the potential remedies to kind of get around all of the shit. Because at some point they will have taken in something you said at some point, and it's suddenly become apparent to them. Like I said, everything goes in. Everything you see, everything you hear, it all goes in. So apply that to people. So the amount of people that I thought were complete and total dead losses, you know, that was it. You remember my analogy is that we've got a lot of shit clogging the river. Let's just clear that fucking shit out of the way so that river can flow. And yeah, there are people that have been asking me this and asking me that, and but I am trying to do it, you know, kind of have a slightly more reserved move forward, you know, like a slightly more laid back way of trying to wake them up, because you throw too much information at these people, especially when they get to that point where you can see that glimmer in their eye. If you just see that and you think, oh man, check this out, blah 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 blah, blah. That's it, you've lost them. They become part of the 30%, but out of denial, out of, you know, other than anything else. We've got to keep talking. We have to keep talking. It's important that, and it's our generation as well, because there are going to be a lot of younger people up and in, you know, that are quite switched on. I've mentioned that I've met a few, you know, very young people that I thought, well, fuck me, I didn't see that coming. I wasn't expecting that to come out of your mouth, you know. So a lot of these younger people that are, again, this reverts back to the whole Great Awakening thing. It's very real. It might not be scientifically explained away, but not everything is. So we're of an age where these younger people will look up to us and see us and see our wisdom, you know, or what they think is wisdom, because they seem to, they'll throw a question across to you, and then you can elaborate on that, and then some more. You know, we need to inspire the next generations. Oh shit, I've missed out on quite a lot here. Yeah, so go back to you, Leslie. One of the problems that we've got again is the fact that we care about our brothers, we care about our sisters, our sons, our daughters, our mums and dads. You know, we care. It's just that we've changed. We've become, yeah. I don't know if enlightens the right word or not, because that sounds like an egotistical thing to say, and I don't know. I'm not keen on that. I'm not a fan of that. But they'll see that you know, the whole what's the difference between a conspiracy theorist and the truth? About 6 months. We've all heard that now, right? But there are millions of people out there that have never heard that. And you put that across to them and you just say, right, well, let me give you an example. And then just keep an eye out and you'll find out further down the line that I was honest and truthful, you know? I was telling the truth. And yeah, that's worked on a few people that I know. And just don't keep going up. Don't give up, Leslie. Don't give up, especially if she ends up, which is possible. And I'm sorry for saying this, but I'm sure you've already thought, if she keeps going back, chances are there is going to become some sort of medical problem, whether that be a blood clot or a heart issue or whatever, you know. And you can just then show her evidence of the fact that these have been causing myocarditis, pericarditis, you know, the list goes on and on and on, autoimmune problems, and then pointing out to her the fact that we are actually doing an inquiry, a COVID inquiry in the country, because there's been so many people damaged, because there's been so many people killed. And this is why I was concerned about you going for this jab, you know, because I know all of this. And right at the start of all of this, there was a group of very, very, very intelligent people that had everything to lose, and some of them did lose what they had. And it was called the Great Barrington Declaration. You can throw all that information at her, Leslie, bit by bit. You've got to pick your battles and take your time, you know. Yeah, I think there was a little bit of scaremongering, Joanna, with Funky, but at the end of the day, we talk about doom and gloom shit as well, but we just keep it balanced. And I just don't think. I was going to say I don't think everyone can do that, but that sounds egotistical, and I'm not like that. However, it has taken half a decade for us to be able to get the right sort of people, the right sort of minds together, just out of sheer determination and patience. On top of the fact that we can keep this very intimate, you know, and like talk to each other and stuff. Whereas whenever he did do lives, you know, I was going to take my cap off then and pass it out and go, please, sir, can I have some more? I need to pay my bills. Please, sir, 10 pence for a cup of tea. You know, my feelings on people that grift, you know. Where are we? Hey, Michael, everyone gets your humour, mate. You're all right. You're good to go, you know. I can't wait to meet you in person. Now I know what you look like. It'll be good. And if anyone wants to know what Michael looks like, He's got a picture there. He looks right, bugger. I'm looking forward to meeting that man. I am. I've watched Threads. So you watched it? You watched Threads at school as well, Sal Misra. Why do you think they did that to us? Because we put the fucking fear of God into me. Because on top of the fact that I'd never forget Powerful Dreams. I remember Powerful Dreams from when I was like fucking knee high, you know. And yeah, so I remember this kind of not a recurring dream, a dream within a dream within a dream within a dream. And then when I'm 12 years old, I go to school, and it's like, right, we're going to watch a documentary film, and I'm thinking, shit up, you know, it beats writing shit down and listening to stuff that you know is never ever going to benefit you in your life whatsoever, like fucking algebra, you know. So what was their motive behind showing that? Just put the fear of God into kids, I believe. But I'm glad I'm not the only one that's watched that. Sal Misra. Have you got? What's your real name? Do you mind me asking? Because it's like my tongue and my voice box and the roof of my mouth go into spasm when I'm trying to pronounce your name. Hello there, lass. You all right? Donna. Yeah. I had to. I watched the last live back, and I needed to associate your name with something, so that I could associate it with it, and then the name would come to me. It's something I've been practicing for quite a long time. It doesn't always work, but I think you are Donna. Yeah. So hey, Donna, adding in Guess's mom. No, I don't get where you're coming from. Got the joke. Totally cool. Yeah. See, we're all like that. We just get along. We get along. We are all on pretty much on the same level. These would be much better if they were 1 to 2 hours long. I totally agree with you. And I have tried to. The last live stream was. I even said it in the title that we'll just have a 2 hour live stream, and that ended up turning into 3.5 hours. This is to Al Patterson. Is that you, Leslie? As in kids and grandkids? Can you just let me know if that's you or not? But yeah, any live streams that I do during the week, I will be, you know, restricting them to 2 hours. No, you know, when it gets sort of like, 1 hour, 50 minutes, I'll say, like, we'll give it another 10 minutes, talk our way through, ease it down, call it a day, you know, because I do think that live streams are the way forward. I do feel comfortable doing live streams. We do get to cover a lot more topics, and we get a lot off our chests, on top of feeling a bit kind of united and not necessarily sat alone at home, as I know some of you guys are. So yeah, it's definitely on my agenda. I don't even like that word anymore. To keep weekly live streams to a maximum of 2 hours. Friday night live streams, Saturday night live streams, we'll just fucking go for it. We'll just go for it. And we'll know when we've had enough. But L. Patterson, noted. Oh, and I've only just seen you, just my opinion there with I've only just seen that, but yeah, I have taken that into account, and you do make a very fair point. In 1 year, gold has risen by 650 quid per ounce. Silver has only risen by £10 tops per ounce. Gold is always the way. Both don't you know using again, some people will hate me for it, some people won't, but using Funky Prepper as an analogy, he put all of his eggs into Google's rotten, fucked up basket, thinking that he was going to be able to make a good living out of that in the middle of nowhere with a bit of land, so he can kind of grow a bit of stuff here and there. And it all came crumbling down on him. We have to diversify. That's what we do. The whole kind of pivot, adjust, adapt. The power of three is very real. The whole power of three is very, very, very real. And yeah, so I've not got all my eggs in one basket. That's not happening because it's too much of a risk. But I've not got any faith in cash. I've not got any faith in this stuff. None. The only reason it's useful at the moment is because it's just been a recognizable brainwashing way of exchanging that shit for goods. And then they can take that shit and then cash it into the bank. Now, I bank with NatWest, and my personal account, so I know what I've got, and my bills account. So I make sure enough goes into the bills account. And they're closing the Long Eaton branch down in May. So what I will be doing, I've got between now and May, which is plenty of time to do it in stages. I'll be finding what banks in Long Eaton High Street I've got no intentions of closing, and then I'll just swap everything over. It's a hassle. It's a hassle. A lot of the things that we do is a bit of fucking hassle, and they're hassles that we didn't need or don't want. And but sometimes you just got to step up and think, yeah, fuck you. You're not having my business anymore. I'll go through another bank and set up all my direct debits and stuff through them. Or standing orders. Standing orders are better because you've got more control over them. You can just cancel them. And then you start looking into the whole direct debit thing and the underwriting and all that. You start looking into that. It's so fucked up. It's so corrupted. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, so anyway, my local branch of NatWest, I mean, I've been a customer of NatWest for I don't know, 35 years, something like that, quite a long time. It was Barclays before that, and they were worse. Barclays are proper twisted fucks as far as banks are concerned. And then you look back at 2008, that destroyed lives. When I say lives, I mean people took their own lives. They lost everything in 2008. Yet these bankers were still being given millions in bonuses, not one single arrest for being so, blasé about how they messed around with our money. The banks have got a lot to pay for. I mean, has anyone seen The Bank of Dave? That's based on a true story. People wanted to invest in something that was outside of the system, but no matter what he did, just kept on getting shot down and shot. They wouldn't allow it. They wouldn't allow it. The banks. And I think there's a Bank of Dave 2 that I follow on. I'm not going to bother watching that because I can't, because I think everything got covered in the first film. So now they're just like any other fucking film that people liked. You just squeeze every fucking last little drop out of it, you know? I mean, how many Saw films are there now? Saw about 75. You know, you just get carried away. Fast and Furious 80. You know, there's a distinct lack of creativity in this world now, and it's a shame. If I've missed you, Sal Misra, I do apologise. I wasn't looking at the chat. I was just talking. If you can hear me now, sweet dreams, and thank you again for inspiring the name of our little tribe now. You know, she was the one. She's the one. Same here, Joanna. Let me go down. I think so we're just going to go. There it is. Inspiration for the nation. I like that. It's got a nice ring to it, Michael. Yeah, I like that a lot. Terry, I'm just jealous. I can't listen to the longer ones. So you do, you matey. Much love. Right. Can you let me know? Because different names come up on here than they do on the comment section of me doing little walk and talks or little kind of preppy videos and stuff like that. You end up with different names in the chat, completely different names. So I was just wondering if L Patterson is Leslie, like kids and grandkids. And yes, I will be making any live streams that I do during the week. They will be cut right down. They will, because it's just fair. I don't want to isolate anyone or exclude anyone. You know, it's just trying to keep balance and just try and keep it fair. And yeah, it's highly unlikely that we'll do another 9-hour one. That was a marathon. So what are your right? So we know that most Western, I don't know if anyone's kind of looked in the community section, and there's a PDF there, a proper PDF about the Great Replacement, and it all makes complete sense. It's all there. I'm just really, really surprised that YouTube's allowed me to post that. But then I suppose if it just comes up as a link to something, then you know, algorithms can't get anything from a link. There's no profanities. There's no no swearing, no racism, nothing that YouTube would normally chew up and spit out. Lewis. Right. Mate, I've always been completely honest and completely straight right from the inception of this channel. And I can't remember a Lewis. So are you are you a guy that that watches the videos, you know, the preppy videos and stuff, but you don't really bother to comment or anything, which is fine, because you know not everyone does comment. I'm just wondering. That's all. Because I don't recognise the name Lewis. But then there have been lots of people that have, you know, that never commented before, that have started joining the lives because that suits them, you know. Again, you can't please all of the people all of the time. It's a very very unfortunate thing, but you know, it is what it is. But I will try to make sure that it's more varied. So going back to all of these what were huge economies. I mean, Germany had a massive. Germany was the powerhouse economy of Europe. You know, it had an amazing reputation, as did we. You know, back in the 80s, 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s, 20s. Go right back. You know, we were the dog's bollocks. We spearheaded the Industrial Revolution, and we made. If it said "Made in England," that was a sign of quality. You know. And that's just simply not the case anymore. But Germany, I mean, you know, some of the stuff that they sold was always it's a selling point was it's German engineered, was Technik, right? So you think, yeah, fair enough. It's costing me more, but it will last me a lot longer, right? Germany's in such a fucking mess right now, such a mess, and so is the UK. So is France. You know, all of these. If you look at the Great Replacement, it's not a theory. It's not a theory at all. Look at that PDF. Download that PDF. It's all there. And if you've got a printer at home, print it all off, staple it, and yeah. Maybe use that as a tool to get through to people. It's like, why are they letting all these foreigners through? Why are they raping our kids? Why are they all living in hotels when our elderly's freezing to death in their own homes? What the fuck's going on, Frank? And then you could just get that out and go, well, this is it. You see? This is it. This is what's happening. And it's just been relabeled. The original label was the Kalergi plan. I got a bit carried away there. A little bit carried away. Yeah, no, I haven't. It's all right. It's okay. It's okay. I don't like missing your comments, you know. It's an interactive thing. That's the whole point. Rather than someone just recording a video and then putting it out as a live when it's not a live, and then just interacting with people in the comments. This is different. It'll always be different. Yeah, I get you, Michael. Yeah, he's got some skills. And I'm not sure if I've mentioned this before, but if he's got a little bit of land, and I know that he's pretty clued up. He's definitely better at bushcraft than I am. You know, I'm still proper novice. I know enough to get by. You know, but his level is you know way more, way higher, and yeah. He could literally set up his own bushcraft courses. There's a hunger for it. He could do bushcraft courses from his own property, all the local woods, you know, with the thumbs up from the landowner. He could do that as a sideline, and people will benefit from that. You know, so you've got. I would rather receive money from passing on my skills interpersonally than take money from Google, which is fucking evil. You know, if you knew Fred West was guilty of everything that he's done, which he was, and he asked you to come and do his garden for him, well, no, probably not a good example. Wash his car for him. Would you do it? No, would you fuck? If you knew everything about him, would you fuck? It's all about having a moral compass. And I think making money from Google is immoral. That's just my opinion. They've been responsible for censorship, pushing the jabs. How long do you want me to go on for? You know, it's a fucking evil, twisted, sick corporation that's responsible for a lot of harm and damage on society. So why would you want to take payment off someone like that? You know, that was my gripe. But he could come back and maybe just do his channel thing. You know, I don't know. I think he's probably even got merch on there as well. You know, he was probably, let's get as much at these people as I possibly can. I don't think he's a bad guy, Michael. I just think he's made some shit choices. I am unjabbed and had to work all through the COVID nonsense. Go figure. A lot of people did, but they did it. You know. Let's go down again. It's always down to how much you're prepared to take, and B, how much you're prepared to tolerate, and then C, how much fight you've got in you. You know, to pull out law and legislation and say, look, you know, you can't make me do this, and if you do, I don't want to, but if I have to, I'll take you to court. Put the shits up them. You just got to get armed with knowledge. Knowledge is everything. But knowledge, so they say knowledge is power. Now, knowledge is power. It really is. But it's not if you don't use it. So yeah, Lewis, I will be doing shorter ones, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours tops during the week from time to time. But the weekend ones, you know, the fact that you just got involved, that's good enough. You know, you're getting involved and getting into the chat with people. And this is how these Friday and Saturday night live streams go. They go and go and go and go. And some people come in, join in for a while, and then go. And then as we move into all the time zones, we've got people coming in from all over the world, coming in, interacting, and then going. And that's how they are. But I don't think there'll ever be another, unless it's for a charity. I would do a 24-hour live stream if it was for a really good charity. Probably an animal charity. I would consider that a 24-hour live stream, and you'd have proof that I sat through it all, because it would all be, you know, video evidenced. So, but then that would be me then asking you for money, which is something I promised I'd never do. So that's out the window. I didn't always comment. Now you can't shut me up. Yeah, you're right, Joanna. But it's good. It means you feel comfortable and you fit in, which is good. It's lovely. I've commented a few times in your videos, Terry, under L. Patterson. Followed you since 2020 BC. Oh, do you know what, Lewis? I really, really appreciate that, mate, because if you've been with me since 2020, you've been on well, it's been a journey for all of us, but not everybody was losing their wife at the same time. And so I appreciate that. And you are one of the reasons why I don't want to stop doing the little videos, because I don't want to kind of turn my back on people that have supported me for so long, because the channel back then was I didn't want to be around anyone, and so the channel was kind of like a journal for me, and it definitely helped. It definitely helped, you know, probably saved my life, to be honest with you, this channel. So I've got, you know, I've got more people to thank here. He should definitely drop the grifting. Yeah. It's just I don't like the whole grifting thing. I've made it clear. I'm not going to go on about it, you know. But I think some people are just they do it excessively, and then you've got other channels where they set their advertising to aggressive, which is like, you know, it's more adverts than it is actual content. I can't be fucking doing with that, you know. With this, you don't get any adverts, no adverts, nothing breaking up our flow, nothing, you know. But he could definitely make some money on the side, just teaching people bushcraft, basic bushcraft on his land, or like I said, hire you know, a neighbouring landowner's woodland out, and just giving him a cut. Just be sat there doing nothing, you know. And the main rule behind wild camping and bushcraft is try not to leave any indication that you were there ever. But there's part of me, Michael, that thinks that he's probably not that good at thinking outside the box. I'm just saying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made the fuck ups that he's made. What's a plasmid, Donna? I love the fact that you don't monetize your channel and are authentic. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. It was my intention from the start, and that will never change, ever. However, I can't afford to get this car that I've got my eye on. I was just wondering if any of you would just consider. I'm fucking with you. Never happen. It will never happen. Preppers should be the prep community should be each other. That's it. You know, there's nothing wrong with bartering with each other or exchanging each other's skills, but information, you know, stuff like that, it should be completely free. Completely free. It's the only way forward, because we're all in the same boat. We're all kind of the whole prepping thing. It's not a fucking fad, you know. It's not a quirky little fad that will soon go. You know, it's a lifestyle. It's a mindset for all the right reasons, because we've got a broader peripheral on things. So we shouldn't be charging or asking for money off people. You know, could I do with some extra money? Of course I fucking could. Could you? Of course you could. But I'll never ask for it, and I'll never accept it. And it's as simple as that. So, I do get a little bit annoyed, and I think maybe it's my age, but you know, the black bastard. Oh, I fucking nearly did it again. Black belt barrister, nearly. You know, he's just so fucking. I'm independent, and I do most of my work from independent, and I rely on your income to fund my lifestyle and blah, blah, blah. No, black belt barrister, you practice acts and statutes. You're not on our side at all. The only reason that you've gone more political now, and nearly every video that you pull out is political now, is because you get more views for it. And because you get more views for it, you know you're going to get more money for it when you're already a barrister, already minted, you know? So excuse me for not being a fan of you just ramming it down. Please don't stop now. Make sure you subscribe, you know? And before we carry on, after asking you for all of your money, and on top of all the Google ads that I get and get paid for, on top of this and on top of that, here's a word from our sponsor. You know, fucking hell. Just some people are just too greedy, you know, and it gets on my tits. Interact with me. So yeah, I do have an issue with grifters. I don't like it and I think the main reason is because it's money that's coming from Google, and Google is the beast. And it will play a pivotal part moving forward as far as trying to kind of quash people like us, people that are standing up and standing out. They don't want that. They want slaves. And we're not slaves. We'll never be slaves. So, who shall see? Yeah, what is a plasmid? Yeah, who said that? What is a plasmid? Everyone is like, will it be quicker for me to do a rather quickly, a very, very brief Google? Yes? Well, let me do a Google. What is a plasmid? Please, if you get the chance to watch Threads, you know, and watch it all the way through, don't let anyone distract you, you know. If you have to sit on your own and watch it, then please sit on your own and watch it. But you'll notice that considering that is over 40 years old now, right? There are so many things that happen in that film and so many coincidences that tie in with what's happening now. It's ridiculous. So if you've seen it the first time, like I said, and it was made in 1984, you know? So if you've seen it the first time, please watch it again, and it'll be like watching it for the first time. Because that's what happened to me last night, hence the late night going to sleep. What is a plasmid? Hey, Ray, you all right, darling? I don't think this is going to come up because I think it's probably one of those terms that we've just made up, you know, and they've not added it to the Oxford Dictionary. So, what is a plasmid? Oh, it's there. Oh, fuck me. Ugh. Are you getting your early seeds planted, Joanna? Yes, in other people's heads, hopefully. So, this is the only definition that I've got. The first thing that came up. A plasmid is a small extra chromosomal DNA molecule within a cell that is physically separated from chromosomal DNA and can replicate independently. Ah, I know what you're talking about. They are most commonly found as small circular double-stranded DNA molecules in bacteria. However, plasmids are sometimes present in archaea and yeah. So was your question about, was that question, the original question, what do I think about a plasmid? Was that because you have learned that there's an artificial way of getting those into our systems? You know, we all know that mRNA is gene editing bioweaponry. You know, so if they can get in there and interrupt your genes, oh, thank you for those love arts there, Ray. Very, very lovely, and for all of us. So getting into our DNA and just changing our fucking DNA around, you know. What's to say that? So I don't know if plasmids are natural or not. I don't want to spend too much time faffing around with my phone because I think it's rude whilst I'm talking to people, you know. Yeah, there's I can't remember who it is now, but if I remember and I find out, there's someone that just posts the same videos. One of you guys pointed it out to me. Post the same videos every single year. You know, they don't do a new video. It's just, this is what you grow in January. Start growing in January. This is what you start growing in February. This is what you start growing in March, and so on and so forth. You know, my goji berry bush that I gave up for dead is sprouting. I took some soil out of the wardrobe. To anyone that's not familiar with the wardrobe, it's an old wardrobe that's being used as a raised bed. Took some soil out of that and I just covered all the exposed roots up so that hopefully it will thrive, because goji berries, right up there, really, really good. Are you getting your early seeds planted, Joanna? Highway soon, another couple of weeks. Yeah. Sowing the feeds of love, sowing the seeds. Was that level 42? The birds and the bees. The thrill I get from seeing seeds germinate never dulls. Same here. I'm the same. You know, there's been a few times where I've sat back and I thought, fucking hell, Terry, you've gone from doing what you used to do back in the day to appreciating the growth of something that you're going to eventually eat the seeds of or the fruit of, and just getting a really, really sort of uplifting, warm sensation about it all, you know. And there is something about it, you know. And I think the more love that you plow into growing something, the better it tastes. Tears for Fears. Oh, fucking hell. I always get those two mixed up. Which was the one that had a mixed race drummer? Because I'd met him. I went to his house when I was, you know, I wasn't like, you know, all right, mate, you know, stick kettle on, nothing like that. I was a knocker. I used to sell stuff door to door, and he lived in a little village, and I knocked on his door, and it turned out that he was the drummer to either Level 42 or Tears for Fears. I met a lot of famous people when I was doing that, and almost all of them were absolute wankers. Absolute wankers. You know, what you see on the TV and what you get in real life with a lot of these people are very, very different. Level 42, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Oh, Ray, do you know what? Right, if we ever end up in a pub and it's a pop, like an 80s pop pub quiz, and the prizes are grand, I'll come and pick you up. So I don't know if anyone noticed that, again, in the community section, I post a lot of stuff in there,
there are sometimes there's information that I just can't reel off. There's just far too much of it to the point where we wouldn't be able to interact. So there's information on there that I urge you to please go and look at, you know. And some of it's to do with what's coming out of our skies, you know, exactly what it is. And then there's again, there was, I posted on the community tab once about the link between should we call them inoculations? Because I don't like the word vaccination. Whatever it is, there is a link, you know, and they say that there's no link between that and children with autism. They say that there's no correlation there whatsoever, apart from those 25 different separate independent peer-reviewed studies. So just saying, you know, we lost one of our little tribe because I think she felt like we were jumping on her, when none of us at that time knew that she had any kids, let alone kids, more than one, that had autism. And she said I don't believe that the jabs have got anything to do with my children being autistic, and my children aren't damaged. My children aren't this blah, blah. She was being quite defensive, which is understandable for any good mother, right? But then there was a bit where she said, my last child didn't respond when he had his last vaccination. So that didn't make any sense to me, you know. And then I think she unsubscribed, and you know, some people don't like the cold hard truths that their children might be messed up, their children might be fucked up as a direct result of you giving permission, consenting on behalf of that child that could have grown up to be the next Da Vinci, Michelangelo, you know, the list goes on. The next Tesla, Nikola Tesla. That child could have been anything and everything, but because of the fact that you allowed your child to become a fucking pincushion, that child will never live a normal life. Like I said, at school there were a few kids that needed a little bit more help. Not many, you know. Now, if they're not able to understand basic, again, I don't like the current education system. It needs to be completely flattened, raised to the ground, and then started again, you know, and teaching kids stuff that's good for them, growing food, budgeting, relationships, you know, law, a little bit of that. But that's not what our school system's about. Now they're all academies, because all they want is just little robots, you know. They don't want you to think freely. But most of us here never really fitted in at school, because I think deep down our souls were saying, this is a load of fucking bollocks. I get nothing from this, you know. So I think a lot of us were just born rebels, you know. And the right kind of rebels. A good way to get kids involved is to sow quick growing salad leaves. Yeah, because they've got a short attention span, as do a lot of adults now, you know. TikTok, Instagram, and there's another one it's all about a short attention span. A short attention span. That's it. It's like, oh, it's a 20-minute video. So I send a 20-minute video. So it's 20 minutes. You know, I haven't got 20 minutes.
when I know that they're going to be sat on their arse, they'll watch, they'll look at the fact that it's a 20-minute video. Oh, it's 20 minutes. I can't sit through 20 minutes. And then that's it. They'll put the telly on and watch some mind-numbing garbage for an hour instead of educating themselves. But again, there are a hell of a lot of people out there. You know, the 30% that are awake, the 30% that will never be awake, that 40% in the middle is made up of people that want to wake up, are waking up, and people that also want to just clam up and think, oh, I don't want to know this. La 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 la. You know? But there are a lot of very, very smart people out there that have said that all we need to turn this around is approximately 11%. I believe we're at about 35, coming up to 40, which will come up to 45, which will come up to 50. That'll be balance. And that's when everything will change. Is that it, Michael? Is that a question at me, as in microgreens? I did stop, but I will be doing that again this year. But I'll be doing it with just with one seed to grow loads of, and that's mung beans, organic mung beans, because that's where when you get bean sprouts in your Chinese takeaway, they were originally mung beans. So I'll be growing bean sprouts from mung beans. I've got all the trays. I've got everything I need for it. But you just need to just change the water over a little bit now and then. But then sometimes you don't need to do that. Just add fresh water to it, you know. Where are we? Pub quiz. You bet I'd win. I bet you would. I bet you would. You see, I could throw loads of pop questions at you now, Ray, but I don't know if you'd be fucking Googling it, you know, to cheat. But I'd have you on my team all day long. Rebel, yeah, wasn't that spiky hair? Yeah. Billy Idol. Can I do the literature round, please, Ray? Oh, right. Yeah. The literature round. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is one of the points that I've been trying to make for so long, is that myself as an individual, I know I've got a fair chunk of knowledge, right? That grows every day, right? So I might know a little bit about this and this, but you might not know very much about that or that aspect of it, right? As a collective, you know, the amount of knowledge as a collective we've got here is off the fucking charts, off the charts. And this is why censorship is in place, to try and help to prevent this. Now, this is another good thing about doing live streams, is that generally speaking, we can see the live questions and the live responses to each other in real time, pretty much, right? And you can hear me talking in live stream in real time. Whereas if I put a video out that's maybe a little bit controversial, they don't really like that. Oh no, I don't like that shit. You know, with the algorithms or whatever it is. I'd say about 65, maybe 70% of my comments disappear when I comment on other people's channels. It's so fucking frustrating, because a lot of these comments that I put are really, really elaborate, you know, and concise and factual, you know. So I put all that effort into writing a, you know, not an essay, but dot to dot to dot to dot to dot, all facts. Then I refresh it and it's gone. So that's another good thing about live streams, is that generally doesn't really apply to us. We can say what we need to say, you know, and bounce off each other in real time, so that they haven't got a chance to jump in there really and sit there deleting comments. They haven't got the manpower for it, because there are so many more like me, so many more like you out there that are just growing and growing and growing, that our traitorous 77th Brigade can't keep up with it, which is all good. Nice day for a white wedding. We'd be the best team ever. We would. You have just made the point that teams work, diversity is strength. Yeah, you see, diversity, again, it's been made into a dirty word, you know? So the kind of like the diversity hiring aspect of it in particular, right? So that they would quite happily replace James Bond, which was in all of these books, because they're all from books, most of them. James Bond was played by a quintessential, high-ranking, Caucasian, attractive man. And he's been replaced by a black lesbian. You can't get a more opposite, you know? So why don't we get Daniel Craig to play in a biographical film where he plays Mandela, Nelson Mandela? It's not going to happen, is it? Because it's all one rule for me, one rule for thee, you know? So diversity is our strength, but it has to be the right kind of diversity, because, you know, there are certain ideologies in this country, and not just Islam. I'm telling you. That they just don't seem to want to gel with us, you know. One is all about violence and beating their missus up and raping kids because it's okay to do that. And the other one, they consider themselves to be the chosen ones, and you know, death to the man, death to the woman, death to the child, death to the unborn child. You know, have a guess at what religion that is. That's got so many nations, especially America, in its grip. So there's diversity and there's diversity. We know the right kind of diversity, and it's got nothing to do with the colour of skin. It's whether or not, you know, you gel. You're good enough for the job, you know, and you're a team player and you get on with people, and you know, so there's no proper massive division there, which is not what we're seeing at the moment, because their version of diversity is all about division and pissing people off. Like I said, you know, an English period drama, right, with like 60-70% black people in it, of in high society. It just, unfortunately, you know, again, back then, I've got nothing to do with that. You know, I wasn't a fucking slave owner. My dad wasn't. My granddad wasn't. But back then, you know, people weren't black and in high society. They were oppressed. They were. But then, if you look into the guy, I've forgotten his first name now. But if you look into the whole Kalergi plan. The Kalergi plan, which is playing out right now, it's you know, they call it the replacement theory, but it's not. There's no theory about it. You know, and he spearheaded that way back then, and he was mixed race. But yeah, if you ever want to kind of completely and totally fucking take over a complete another completely different country or different religion, tradition, and completely destabilize, you know, it's perfect for the job. And he was mixed race, and he was one of these crazy geniuses. So the guy was very I think he had a pretty decent IQ on him, you know. But just like a lot of these other people, they're all psychopathy, narcissism, sociopathy, you know, all of these really fucked up mental disorders. These people in high society, what, call me old fashioned, that's what you know, that's them. Their views and their opinions on how humanity should move forward are very twisted and fucked up, because they're coming from people with mental disorders. I mean, a lot of us, you know, I mean, depression is a mental disorder, right? Chronic anxiety is a mental disorder, but you can still be very real, very honest, very genuine, very empathetic, very compassionate, whilst experiencing those mental disorders. You can. But these people are completely and totally incapable of feeling those feelings. Yeah, I fucking hated maths. I got to my one times table halfway through my two times table and gave up. Nah, I'm not too bad, but I'm not great. Variety, distinctiveness, assortment is our strength. That is very poetic and very I can't disagree with that at all. Maria Spoon. In fact, it's not Maria Spoon, it's Maria Spoon. I wish I had a way of kind of making some sort of sound effect echo. Spoon, 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 spoon. I have done accounts and payrolls without a single maths qualification. Bonkers. No, it's not. It's not bonkers, because I think there were things at school that I came away with no qualifications from school whatsoever. All of the qualifications that I've got now were all post mainstream indoctrination education, you know, because I got to choose what I wanted to learn. If you're drawn to certain aspects of life and creativity, then you are, as an adult, you're in a position then where you can go and pursue those things, instead of having absolute fucking garbage rammed down your throat for the vast majority of your childhood, you know, your younger days, the stuff that you're never ever going to put into practice or find useful, like algebra, you know. Oh, I can count money if I had any. Yeah, we could all do with some more money. You know, I think we can all say that, all of us, you know, None of us are rich. None of us, I don't think. I don't think our little tribe is the kind of place where someone that's very rich would probably fit in very well. You know, someone that's done all right. You know, they thought ahead with their pensions and stuff like that. But even then, you know, they've a lot of these people have thrown their finances into the hands of someone else. And that other person is only interested in satisfying shareholders. So, you know, gold, silver, platinum, copper, but I am not a financial advisor. And on that note, I'm going to go for a slash. So talk amongst yourselves, guys. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. Got a long way to flow, you know. Oh, my little baby. Honestly, you know, a lot of the best things in life are free. They really are. Having a wee is right up there. Right up there. Sex is another one that's right up there. Being completely and totally enveloped and immersed in nature, you know, trees, woodland, rivers, grass, hills. There's another one. Spending time around friends that you really genuinely trust, and you know that they've got your interests at heart, and you've got theirs. That, you know, you can just talk and talk and talk and talk. That's another one. There is a list of lots and lots of amazing things to live for that are all free, you know. And I think that I do think that a lot of us, including myself, every now and then we take our eyes off that, and we just see negativity everywhere. We see stress everywhere, angry people everywhere, bad news on the news, all of that shit. And it can be quite easy to start thinking that maybe everything is shit, you know, everything is doom and gloom. You know, you're born, you suffer, you die. A lot of people can think like that, which is simply not the case. There's so much to live for and so much to fight for. And a lot of it's free. I just mentioned a couple, you know. Drinking chocolate. Is it Cadbury's? You'll get fucked up by Beauvais, are you, Maria? I do like a nice hot chocolate with a bit of milk. Yeah, I'm not just gone straight down to the whole materialistic thing. Yeah, and that was the perfect answer. That one statement was perfect off the back of what I've just said. Perfect. When you're a materialistic person, it's all superficial and pretentious, you know. When you seek out and appreciate and encourage all of those things that are free and uplifting, then yeah, you know, you can't you can't put a price on any of them. They're all good for our well-being. You know, it's not about how big your car is or how big your house is. It's about how big your heart is. See, I listened to Martin Luther King. I Had a Dream. You know, Martin Luther King wasn't perfect. You know, he wasn't. Malcolm X. The list goes on. I'm not just aiming at black people. You know, there've been so many people that have been so influential over the years, of all colours, and none of them were perfect. And because certain people pick out on the flaws that they had and the certain aspects of what they've said and the way that they've said it, and people just pile in and pile on. And there are a lot of people out there, a hell of a lot of people out there that I find interesting to listen to. But I question their motives, and I end up disappointed a lot of the time. But a lot of incredible men that have left, and women, I do apologise. A lot of men and women throughout history have left such a massive mark, a legacy, if you like, that it's changed, you know, a lot. It's made a lot of people think in a different way. But a lot of these people were not flawless people. You know, I just named a couple. You see, I do think that the vast majority, if not everybody, who listens to these live streams or these videos, you know, walk and talks, all that, I'm sure that there have been plenty of you that have tried to think, I wonder, is he some sort of fucking plant? And I don't mean a yucca. Is he, what is his motives? He doesn't want to monetize his channel. You know, never ask for money, and it won't add ads to his channel, and this and that and that and that and that. So what's his motive? What's his motive? I'm sure some people have asked that. I'm sure they have. And then if I'd have started off our little tribe by telling you about the fact that at one point in my life I was a drug dealer, you know, and fairly well established one. And so if I'd have told you that from the off, you would have judged me on that, because it's human nature. Not for everyone, not everyone, because I'm not like that. You know, I've had to work in a support worker role with some right horrible cunts. You know, that have done horrible things. But because I've had a learning disability, it's been all right. It's acceptable. We just do a risk assessment. You know? I think the point I'm trying to make is that we should never judge a book by the cover, ever. And yeah, you know, I mean, I've not got a squeaky clean history, but I've still managed to I've still managed to form help towards form a lovely, beautiful online community, you know. And I've also pointed out in the past that people, generally speaking, people can only pretend to be something that they're not for so long before the real, you know, you start to see the cracks, you know, the darkness and all that fucking shit. You get to see all that. Eventually you will. But I've been consistently the same right from the start. And I think that's attracted the right people, you know. No airs and graces, no pretentiousness, quite raw, just very, very grassroots, organic, built up channel that I like to call our little tribe. Some people would think that that's a bit cringy, but I don't care. I don't care. You got the vodka out, Ray. Again, going back to honesty, I have bought some vodka for tonight, you know. And I don't feel bad about it, you know. But it's something that I'm on top of now, which is great. It's another element of freedom. It's like getting rid of your TV license and stopping watching that bollocks, that propaganda peddling machine that is the BBC. It's just another layer of freedom when you're not being controlled by the contents of a can or a bottle. Is who still on? I wish there was timestamps next to these comments in the chat, because then I'll be able to look down at the clock and think, right, that was 2 minutes ago, or I just don't know. You having a cup of tea, Michael? You know, mate, make it don't make it a you know, a strong Yorkshire tea or a double espresso, mate, because you'll be lying in bed like that. And then just as you start to drift off, your alarm will go off to wake you up. So herbal teas all the way, my friend. I said earlier that money doesn't really exist. My payroll days proved that. It's all electronic via bank exchanges, so you only ever see it on paper or on a spreadsheet. I'm telling you, we've got to try and keep cash alive, especially if you live in it's totally doable, right? So the whole Bradbury pound, you know, that worked. It worked. And all you're doing is just ploughing it back into your community and back into your community, and your community just grows and grows. You plough it, keep ploughing it back in there, and it just grows and grows. We can do that, you know.
These are not beyond the realms of reality. I mean, anyone that doubts what I've just said, I mean, so you've heard me slate the whole Trump and his cabinet, you know, that they've all been lobbied by Israel. Next thing you know, Trump saying we're taking over Gaza. Yeah, because they want to build beautiful, fucking big, massive, posh houses there for the Jews. So me saying that Trump is not your savior, me telling you that reform is part of a tri-party as opposed to a uni-party, all part of it, right? But I did say some of their members don't understand that or realise that, so they continue to kind of become members of reform because they're oblivious. And do we want members of parliament that are completely fucking oblivious to what's blatantly obvious to people like me and you? Good intentions are great, you know, but you need to try and get rid of any level or as much naivety as you possibly can. Naivety is it's a fucking cancer of society. Yeah, I had a feeling that you wouldn't have any Cadbury's products in your house, Maria Spoon. No one is perfect. That's how we learn and grow. Exactly. We learn from each other and we observe each other, you know? And going back to the analogy of burning your fingers, you see a flame and just kind of like, ooh, it's a flame, you know? Ooh, it's so beautiful. And then you burn yourself, you think, I won't do that again. So any subsequent burn-ins are generally accidental. And that's how we move on. I just saw you as a I just saw you as a down-to-earth guy wanting to share knowledge of prepping and how to grow veggies, etc. That was my initial intention, and then feeding back from you guys and getting tips, you know, little tips and stuff from you guys. And you've got to be authentic. You've got to be honest. You've got to be genuine. You know, I know for a fact, statistically, I've fucking pissed so many people off over the last 4 or 5 years. You know, maybe offended quite a few people. But I try. But I speak the truth. I just tell the truth. I'm just honest. You know, I don't get everything right. I don't know if anyone remembers Daffodil Gate. You know, eat daffodils. No, don't eat daffodils. You know, I'm not always right, but my intentions are always good. Always. And I didn't want to feel alone in this crazy fucking madness. And I knew it just made sense to me that there would be a lot of people out there that didn't want to feel alone either. So it's a case of killing lots of birds with one stone, and that's what we seem to have achieved. You know. I will validate you in a heartbeat. That's very lovely, Joanna. I really appreciate that. It's such a sweet thing to say. Don't doubt yourself and I always doubt myself, and allow others to judge you until they've walked a mile in your shoes. I've got a really, really good fridge magnet. It's like, let me just find it. It won't take me long, I know where it is. That'll be my new catchphrase. It won't take me long, I know where it is. I've got some lovely fridge magnets, you know. I'm very fussy about what goes on my fridge. Before you criticize someone, you should walk a mile in their shoes. That way, When you criticize them, you're a mile away and you have their shoes. I'm having a white wine. Oh, a white wine. Are you, darling? Oh, really? So that would be, if I was to order one glass of white wine in Italian, that would be uno vino chianti. Uno vino chianti, per favore. Uno vino chianti, per favore. Yeah, they say it the other way around. So can I have a wine white, please? Or can I have a wine red, please? Italy's getting so fucked over. Have a look again. Look at this great replacement document that's a PDF that's in the community section. Just please, you know, the more you know, the more prepared you can be. It's essential. Retirement rocks. I think it's got its pros and cons, Joanna. Yes, Ray, cash is king, and we've got to keep paying cash. Terry, you can get timestamp. Tap the 3 dots at the top of the chat. Wow, I did not know that. Fucking game changer. See, you see. You know, I'm still relatively new to the whole live stream thing, so I don't know what I can do and what I can't do. And now all the timestamps have come up, and I've got something that I know how long ago it was that someone. Yeah, so it was 6 minutes ago, Dave, that you sent that. Wow, that's made things a bit better, you know. Only on laptop. Yeah, that's all I use, Dave. Just a laptop, a really old one. Coventry had a credit union community bank. Sadly, it got closed. It worked for people who couldn't access the high street banks. This is. I'm hoping that this is going to be what. One of the problems that we've got is we've got so many people rich. When I say rich, I mean. Middle class people, right? So millionaires and multimillionaires that were employers, right? They're seeing the way the country's going, and that's it. They're thinking, right, let's sell off our £2 million house. Let's get rid of the cars. Let's sell the business, and we'll just retire in Thailand or Indonesia or somewhere like that. Let's just go. So they sell up, and all of the people that they were employing, all of a sudden can't pay their mortgage anymore. This is a massive problem that we're facing right now. We need more of these middle class people to just stand and fight. You know, don't be a pussy. I could sell this house. Sell the motorhome, and a few other bits and bobs, right? And I could probably buy a little something really, really humble, but just enough. In one of these countries where it's fucking hot all the time, you'll never hear me say it's too hot. Well, we need a good rain. We need a good fucking rain. We need to cool everything down. It's getting too much now. We've had 3 days now where it's been too warm. You'll never hear me say that. So I sell up and fuck off abroad and live for the rest of my life carefully. Live the rest of my life off, you know, the sale of the house, blah, blah, blah. But I will stay here. I will stay here and fight because this is my country. So I do get pissed off when I hear about all these people just jumping ship, you know. Give it a fucking chance. But yeah, thanks, Dave, for
for the info, mate. I had no idea. If the council tax went into the town you lived in, everywhere would be fantastic. Yeah, it would, but it doesn't. We know that. We know that it's got. We know that it goes into the coffers, the main coffers, and that gets spent on just pure in your face corruption and lining each other's pockets, you know, and paying for bombs and munitions and all of this other stuff. Just buying all, just yeah. That's one of our biggest, you know, one of our biggest exports was lace and steel at one point. Now it's weapons and yeah. But like I said, there is I've put something in the community tab, Joanna Morgan, if you want to have a look. And if you feel like you've got the strength, because you've got the law on your side, that's the way you need to look at it. You know, if you're about to start a fight with someone that's really fucking got it coming, I mean, really got it coming, you know, this fucker is about to deserve every single punch to the fucking neck, face, ears, belly, rib cage, kidneys, crotch, every single punch. They've got every single punch coming, right? Now, not everyone would feel comfortable in a situation like that, but some people would feel more comfortable if they had a mate that they're good mates with right behind them, that's towering above them, you know, saying, look, I've got your back. You could, chances are you'll feel a bit more confident in getting in there, you know. So imagine having the law on your side when turning down any council tax demands for future reference, because it's all there. It's all there. Imagine how much money you'd save. Vino Blanco. Oh, fucking hell, yeah. So what's Chianti? Is that just a type of grain? Or are you fucking with my head? Let me know, Ray. Yeah, it is better with the timestamp. Loads better. I'm so chuffed. So chuffed. So thank you very, very much. This is what I mean. This is just a tiny, really little example of how we benefit each other moving forward. We do. We do. This is why proper galvanized communities are just impenetrable. They really are. But unfortunately, over the years, we've been infiltrated by outside entities and cultures that just don't mix with our culture at all, or any other culture. You know, the whole oil and water thing, and it'll always be like that. And the fact that they're covering up these scandals and yeah, you know, it's only going to piss people off more and more and more and more. And then you think, well, is that what they want? Is that what they want? Do they want us to get so completely incensed by it all that we take to the streets and they bring in martial law, which is like a bunch of fucking blood-sucking parasites that can speak hardly any English, riding around in giant Hummers with blue helmets on, keeping peace in the streets. I look forward to that day. It won't last for long. The other is red wine. Yeah, so uno vino rossi and uno vino bianco. Right. I'm so pissed off that I didn't know that. So uno vino rossi, uno vino bianco, du bere, du vodka, per favore. Yeah. I love that language. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. I never get bored of it. Whereas the German, like, it's a bit. So my stepson's just come back from Germany. He just spent a week out there with his friends, and on the last night they all went out. On your last night, you get fucking smashed. You know, just go out in a blaze of glory, right? And they did. And then he came back to his room. This is Sunday night, because he came back on Monday. So Sunday night, card wouldn't work on his door. You know, 4:30 in the morning. They ended up calling out a locksmith, 360 quid. So he's trying to claim that back. You know, you should have someone on standby always. Again, this is like corner cutting, left, right, and centre, everywhere you look. But yeah, the German language is very, very, very strong, very aggressive. It's like, excuse me, have you got the time? 9. Okay. And I'm learning a lot more about Hitler. And I'm sure some of you guys are as well. You know, this is how can they warp and change history in such a short space of time, when so many people were meant to have been involved with all of that. So therefore, we would have had so many takes and perspectives on what happened. And not all is as it seems, you know. So yeah, just keep an open mind. Just like a parachute, better when it's open. Better with the time. I think those who spot that in our midst. I appreciate those who spot the imposter in our midst. Yeah, so do I. Do you mean there might be one now? I've not clocked one. Or for just generally. I'll make an Italian out of you, yay. Not with those typos, you won't, Ray. But give it a go. I can just about manage French. I bet you can, Joanna. I bet that you first learned how to perfect a French kiss with a Cadbury's cream egg. Or was that just me? Well, I recommend it, you know. Not just for French kissing, just for general tongue agility in other areas of, yeah. Anyway, the ickheads write the history. Yes, they do. Yeah, they do. The victors, they always write the history, and we don't know a lot of these secrets that have been withheld from us, and will probably be you know. But then, having said that, the truth always is like cream. It always rises to the top. Always. It does. The truth always outs in the end. And thank God, again, and I don't want to sound like a scratch record, but the whole Great Awakening thing is a very, very real phenomenon. It really is. Phenomenon. I forgot to do that last time. So, as a result of that, we've got so many people out there, smart people, that are doing lots of digging in, lots of deep diving, and going down lots and lots of rabbit holes, but not losing their shit in the process, You know, they're able to go down one rabbit hole and think, yeah, that I don't think that's right. That was a fake or a false rabbit hole. I'll go down this one. And then I'll go down that one. And they keep coming up and they just get stronger and wiser. And they start putting all this stuff out in a very constructed way for the layperson to understand. Next thing you know, we think, right, so we've been lied about World War II. We've been lied about Hitler. I can just about manage French. The Tongue Olympics. You see, that's just kind of, it's, you know, almost hypocritical for me now, because I found the Tongue Olympics a tongue twister. But I know my way around. I've never had any complaints. I'm a giver, you know. Not Cadbury's. Muppet. What's a Muppet? I love the Muppets. Yeah, the Muppets. Did anyone hear about? I'm not sure if this was from our coffers, our money, taxpayers' money, or whether it was America. I can't remember now off the top of my head. But they sent so many millions over to create a Sesame Street in a third world country. You know, so when you hear about all of these things and then you start to do a little bit of a deep dive to see if they're actually true, and you realize that they are, the conclusion that you need to draw, really, honestly, is the fact that this is all just corruption and money laundering. So something that would probably cost 10 grand, the government's giving $1 million to. That 10 grand will go to that place, and then the rest, you know, the rest of it goes to all of their mates. You know, it's so corrupted. Whilst we've got grannies, you know, those of them who have survived this winter so far. So I've kept an eye on my locals. But even those that didn't die from this winter, they would have just been sat there with a candle on and loads of blankets wrapped around them. You know. It's so fucked up. We need to bring this all back, and we can't do that by these fucking cowards leaving the country. You know, oh, we can't take any more. It's too risky. It's too risky. You know, these are people whose parents fought for what they believed to be a future free England. So them jumping ship like that is it's just such an insult to these people, you know, because back then they weren't quite as awake as we are today. You know, they were thinking Nazis, you know, nasty Italians, you know, all of these people just want to come over and take over the whole world, and there was just so much propaganda put out there that people just believed it. They didn't really question it. And there are still at least 30 to 40% of people out there that don't question anything. Anything that comes out on the BBC is the gospel. It's the truth. Don't get your information from anywhere else. In fact, during the COVID era, there was someone saying, Don't you know? We are all the information that you need. That was Jacinda. I can eat an apple through a fucking tennis racket. Are doing, and she's doing all right for herself. But we've not forgotten about you, Jacinda. We've not forgotten about you. You'll pay. You'll pay. You know, set the fucking Maoris on her. Get all the Maori women in a room with her. But it would need to be filmed just so we can see that justice is being done properly. The two old men puppets in the balcony seats. Yeah, always arguing. Yeah. Yes, that rider, they were a blast. Yeah, the good old days. You see, we watch some of this good old stuff, you know, but then we end up kind of giving ourselves a little bit of a reality check and thinking, let me watch that again, because there must have been some sort of subliminal message in there somewhere, you know, just to some sort of brainwashing tool, something that one little kind of act that they did or something they said. You know, we're analysing the shit out of everything now, and it takes a lot of brain power. And I would strongly suggest that you maybe consider Lion's Mane, because it just seems to give you more room. It seems to, it's like imagine, so we've seen depictions, artistic depictions of the human brain from like a cartoonist X-ray perspective, and it's just been loads of cogs turning, you know. So I think lion's mane is the oil for the cogs. My mum was born in 1927. Fucking hell. Hold on. My mum was born in 1927. I remember asking her why they didn't know about the death camps. She said they weren't told the truth. Wow. Again, you know, this is another case of, you see, most of us, if not all of us here now, all 11 of us, you 10 including me, right? There are some people out there that have been switched on right from being teenagers, right? And they're now in their 80s, switched on all the way through. So there was no efficient and effective, strong enough way to change their critical thinking abilities. So there are clearly going to be people like that throughout history, and maybe your mum was one of them. You know, that she could see through all the bullshit and the propaganda, because some people just do it naturally. Some of us, we wake up the hard way, you know. Fraggle Rock, fuck me. Does anyone remember that? Right, so Fraggle Rock, you know, the doozers, the little tiny things, they used to make buildings out of see-through stuff. Did you know that what they were building was made out of radishes? Nice little bit of useless fucking information for you that you will never ever need to use in your life. And the Old Bull and Bush and Crown Court, not with you on that, lass. Fraggle Rock, my nickname was Red. I can't remember. I can't remember the. Oh, she was a female Fraggle. Yeah, we have fast communications now, allegedly. If you saw the shit poor performance of my Wi-Fi and my phone, and if they want any more, but I've come to the end of my. It's just like a gradual continuation now of my Wi-Fi through Virgin, and the end of my contract with my mobile phone is just, it's a continuation of it now. So I can cancel that. I can cancel my Wi-Fi. I can cancel pretty much anything, electricity, gas. But they are for further down the line. At the moment, I've got the police and a debt collector agency to deal with first, and I'm ready for both of them. I've got 100% confidence I can deal with them both, but I don't think you should take on more than 2 things at a time. Too many fucking plates to spin, whilst trying to live your life and maintain sanity. But I want to deal with those 2 first, and then the next thing I'll be dealing with is my water rates and my council tax. You shouldn't be paying it. It's already paid for. On top of the fact that you look around, you're getting charged more and more and more, and getting less and less and less for your money. They're a complete and total piss take bunch of bastards. And all of that money, where did it all get spent? Why are all these councils now bankrupt? They're bankrupt on purpose so that they can consolidate and come together to make it sound like it's more financially viable, but it's just decentralizing everything and taking the power away from you. That's why. My mum's bestie was an Australian Jew who escaped the Holocaust. Her daughter and I became good friends. You see, let's just say, I'm just saying, right? What's to say that these camps weren't just prisoner of war camps? And just scrutinize the shit out of this. Just look into it. And you know what? Some of these horrible camps, because I'm sure they weren't very pleasant. You're a prisoner. It's not going to be lovely, is it? So. Now that's a conversation for another night. Because I don't know how many of you guys listening to me right now are on the same page with me as me in regards to the Holocaust and what actually happened, or or other alternative perspectives. Let's use that sentence. But I do believe that there was a lot of lies, a hell of a lot of lies, a lot of propaganda. That's how wars are won. Wars are won through propaganda, bullets and propaganda. And I think the propaganda is more lethal than the bullet. It's quite possible that Adolf Hitler saw the Kalergi plan about to be put into place. So that should make a lot of other things kind of add up in your head. It's possible. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying I'm theorizing. I am merely a conspiracy theorist. Just look into it. Why can't I see Lynn's? You just said hi, Lynn's, Michael, and I can't see her. Oh, just above you. Oh, that's better. That's a little party trick that I can do as well. I can send one eye in independently, and whilst the other one's looking straight. I don't know if you can see it. That's one of my many of my party tricks. I can put a spear straight through my cheek and out the other side, which works every time. But it just gets a bit of a pain in the arse coming out of your A&E with stitches. Good to see you, Linz. How you doing? Remember Friends? You see, back in the day, in the 90s, you know, we were all clubbing and we were all taking recreational stuff, and, you know, and a lot of, you know, the higher you go, the further you've got to come back down again. And one of the best things to watch when you were coming back down was Friends, because it was just so uplifting and just neutral, and, you know. But yeah, I think, was it Joey? Joey used to say, "How you doing?" Oi. Yeah. How long did it take Michael? How long did it take you to find that eye emoji? And why can't I find any? You see, that's another thing, you know, when I put a reminder for a live stream, I can't put any emojis or anything like that, because it's an old laptop. I don't know how to access anything like that. You know, I'd love to be able to put stuff on the screen to show you stuff as I'm going along. Yeah, this is very, very basic, but it's functional. It's working. You know, it does its intended job, which is to communicate. You have changed your name again. Fuck me. I'm sure she's doing that on purpose. You know. I think before I started these live streams, I had a perfectly brown beard, and yeah, you've made me go grey with all of this fuckery. I love that word, fuckery, skullduggery, tomfoolery. Great words, because all three of those words apply to our current political system. And again, just think about the numbers. So we really needed about 11%, right? So 11% of 60 odd million. That's all we needed. And we've got way more than that. We just need more people to get more passionate. And you need to keep buying food in, getting as much food in as you can. And yeah, I've never taken drugs. What have I missed? Oh, what haven't you missed, Joanna? I was once given Omnipon in hospital, and it scared me witless. I've never heard of that. But yeah, you know, there are lots and lots of recreational. But it was also you see, so in the 60s. So when you were a teen, Joanna, you would have had something called Blueies that went around, and they were like probably the earliest form of an E, like an ecstasy pill. But they had uppers and they had downers, and this just spanned right back to the 60s. And again, you know, I'm fairly sure there was some sort of CIA connection there to try and fuck the generation up, and then find another way to fuck the next generation up, and then find another unique way of fucking the next generation up, and so on and so it goes. At the moment, with this generation, we've got kids that are questioning their own gender, you know. and being pincushions. I mean, they were then, but not as bad now. And I think I had about 3 jabs when I was a child. You know, if I was able to be able to turn around and say, hold on a fucking minute, I don't consent to that, I would have done. I am an anti-vaxxer. I've made it very public. So fuck YouTube. You know, I am an anti-vaxxer. I don't think they're necessary. Who knows? Maybe at some point with some of these jabs, they might have been worth it. Who knows? But you know, if you look at all of the really issues, medical issues that we have around the world, they can be dealt with by just repurposing old medications. You know, malaria. You know, the medication for malaria, it costs pennies, literally. And you know, if ivermectin's anything to go by, then we've got a potential cure for cancer if taken with other things. But I'm not medically trained. Don't listen to me. What the fuck do I know? If I knew then what I know now, just 5 years ago, that could have changed everything. I could have had my wife sat next to me doing a live stream with me. No, she wouldn't do that. She was shy like that. Never been drunk. JD and Coke. Well, I mean, they found something in Coke that's not meant to be there. You know, I don't touch the stuff. I mean, it started out with real cocaine in it, for fuck's sake. Coca-Cola's got Coca-Cola's responsible for a lot of damage across the West, mainly across the West, but now across the East as well. You know, they manufactured what you think or what your kids think Santa looks like. That was a character that was created by Coca-Cola. Big white beard. You know, when you see the adverts every Christmas, holidays are coming, Coca-Cola. You know, something like that. They had actual cocaine in Coke. That's why it was called Coke. That's why cocaine is now called Coke, because of Coca-Cola. And they created the big fat man with a long white beard and the red to go with the cans. You know, they created all that. My mum didn't believe in jabs, so didn't have any as a child. Oh, that is really, really, really good. Dead chuffed. I mean, I'm hoping that I've not been affected in any way from anything that I've had. But then they've got this self-replicating. Let me unplug my phone because it's making noises that's irritating me, and it's just charging. All it's doing is charging off the. It's a distraction, irritation, you know. Yeah, I don't remember what I had, but I remember someone's house whose kid had measles, and we were sat playing with these kids, and we ended up getting measles. And I've got you can't really see it on camera, and it's smack bang in the middle there, you know. I could get away with being a truly authentic Buddha, maybe. But I caught measles from him, and then I ended up with herd immunity, and now I'm immune to it, you know. And babies, they get so much immunity from their mother's breast milk, and something to do with the cord as well. There's so much. It's so intricate. It's so incredible. These kids don't need to be fucking jabbed up left, right, and centre with all this shit for the sake of stakeholder. You know, it's all got to stop. And I'm yet to see Kennedy again. Talks cheap. Born in 1978. Wow. So you're 6 years younger than me. Yeah, changed to Pepsi now, lol. Well, Pepsi and Coca-Cola, both owned by Coca-Cola. And both equally as bad for you, unless you want to shine. But your 2p piece. I don't remember the last time I saw a 2p piece. Cola is better for cleaning the toilet than bleach. Exactly, Maria. Exactly. Yeah, I never drink it. You know, my dad, now that a lot of the side effects from the radiotherapy sort of subsided, he's gone back to his old favorite drink, which is Bacardi and Coke. And I just keep saying to him, Dad, just don't drink that shit. Don't drink that shit. Fine, make it a clean drink. You know, I drink clean drinks. So either vodka, gin, maybe ouzo, maybe white rum, anything that's clear, and then just add fruit juice and tonic water to it. No hangover. But if any of you are recovering alcoholics, don't listen to what I'm saying. You know, follow your own heart. What milk is the best, do you think? Graham's milk. It's the dog's bollocks. Or are we talking about breast milk? Let me go for a slash again, because I'd like to elaborate a little bit on that. So going back to the question, what milk is the best, do you think? I don't know context other than that. So for a baby, breast milk, you know, as long as the mum's not a crackhead or a heroin addict, or has, you know, something really, really wrong with her to the point where she could be poisoning her baby. If it's a responsible mother and she's carried full term, then and stayed healthy, then I think breastfeeding kids up to about 16, 18 months is probably a really, really good idea. And, but obviously, you know, giving them good quality food as well. But I think that's not probably not a bad idea. But as for shop bought milk, Graham's, because that's all I buy. Well, the co-op ran out because there's so many people now that, and I've got this from the horse's mouth. There are so many people now that are like, it's because of the Bovaer thing, you know. As soon as we get, you know, a shitload of Graham's milk in, within half a day, it's all gone. So we restock the shelf, gone. Restock the shelf, gone. In half a day, their entire supply of Graham's milk's gone. People aren't interested in this Bovaer shit, even though it's been trialled at least since 2018. And we're only just getting to find out about that. And this is why I've got concerns about this, the whole mealworm powder. How long has that been used? And various other things. But they've got, yeah, I think I was about to talk about, right, hold on a minute. The immunity is in the colostrum of breast milk. It's the first milk that comes in after birth. Yeah, really, really important, good quality, almost like an elixir of life. You know, it's a proper overdose of kind of immunity that you're giving your baby, because it's just all of a sudden it's gone from being contained to being exposed to all of these airborne particles and, you know, all of this shit that baby needs a fucking boost right away. And that's it. Amazing. Women are amazing, you know. When you think, not all women, you know, Rose West, Hillary Clinton, you know. But generally speaking, women are incredible, you know, and their biology, fucking mind-blowing. So they turn an egg, whilst inside, they turn an egg into an embryo. That embryo starts to grow and then starts to become fully formed. And then you have to push that baby out of your belly. Well, I mean, after spending weeks or months of feeling its legs pushing against your belly and its arms pushing against your belly, and, you know, all of this life going on inside of you. I mean, it's fucking bizarre. From a man's perspective, it's incredible. It's incredible. And then when that baby's born, it's given to the mother after they've taken its soul. If you know, anyone know about that? The birth certificate, an imprint of the baby's soul. So they take the name and the soul of that baby at birth. So then the baby's given to the mother, and the baby's been screaming its fucking head off, wah, 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 getting its lungs working, right? It's united with the mother, and then the baby just goes quiet. And then the baby feeds, you know? Amazing. Just amazing. Amazing. We can't top that, I'm afraid. You know, might put a spot of shelf up for you. Change tire. Lie when you ask us if your bum looks bigger than that. That's all we're good at. So I use soya milk, but thinking of changing to a different milk. I think soya milk's all right, but again, it's just been, unless it's organic, because it gets sprayed with so much shit. It's unreal. Can water seedling, can water seedings with milk and water mix half? Whew. You might need to rephrase that, Dave. It's either that or I'm thinking it's 1:45 in the morning and I need to get my head down. It might be a combination of the two. Can water seedings with milk and water mix half and half? Got stuff in milk and calcium. The seeding can take up easy. I don't understand that, Dave. If you want to email me, mate, with a bit more information, I'd be very interested because it's piqued my interest, very much so. Meghan Markle. Why would we even mention that stupid bitch's name? You know, she's fucking dead from the neck up. Away with the fairies. A narcissist, a proper, good quality, great example of what a narcissist is. She's defo gone to the dark side. Kate, as in our so-called royal family. Those blood-sucking, parasitic, fucking, just blood-sucking, yeah. And probably in more ways than one. Like, when you say blood-sucking, who knows? I mean, I don't think Charles is a very smart man. I don't think he's very clever. Yeah, I've seen people's interactions with him, and it just doesn't seem very smart. But this could be as a result of years of interbreeding, you know, throughout the royal family. In fact, the Windsors shouldn't even be on the throne. Nobody should. Do you know that breastfeeding also makes the uterus contract and go back into place? No, I didn't know that. No. See, the anatomy of a female human, and maybe most mammals, it's just fascinating. It blows my fucking mind. It really does. You know, you're amazing. You know, amazing. I would agree with that, Linz. I think the royal family, their popularity is just sunk. And I'm seeing it now in the kind of age group that used to be so, oh no, I won't have you say one bad thing about the Queen. Oh no, do you know how much they bring in? Do you know how much they bring in through tourism? I don't know how much. Probably a lot. Yeah, because people come over, they'll buy a mug with a Union Jack and the picture of the fucking Queen's Guard on it, you know, buy a few of the little trinkets and what have you. Have the photo, like a selfie taken with Buckingham Palace behind them. And that's it, they fuck off. There hasn't been one single published financial statistic on how much the royal family, as one kind of element of tourism, there hasn't been one single published document stating how much money they bring into the country. So if I was an American, for example, because the Americans do love the English, they do, you know, they like the way we talk. They like the fact that a lot of them, you know, we are their heritage in many ways, and they love England, and they love the English people, and they can just sit and listen to us talk all day long. You know, they could, you know, not all of them, you know, but the majority, traditional American people. So when they come over here, they're not under any illusion that they're ever going to meet the fucking Queen, you know, or our so-called king. It's just a term, that is, by the way. And yeah, nothing's ever been put into actual evidence, you know, like undeniable proof of the fact that they earn their keep, because they do not. They don't. They are blood-sucking parasites. That's all they are. And I hated them from a kid. So, and I know hate's a hard word and a strong word, but you know, this is when I was a kid. I had proper disdain, because I was living in a house where I had no central heating. I was having to piss into a bucket in the corner of the bedroom. You know, it was freezing cold. You know, we didn't have much money at all. And then I found out at a young age, again, a very young age, I found out that they were taking like a penny out of every pound that was earned. And then I found out how many palaces they had. And then I found out that Prince Charles is probably the biggest landlord in the UK for either the Isle of Man or the Isle of Wight. I get the two mixed up, so forgive me. I always get them mixed up. And if you tell me now, I'll get them mixed up again. But he's still the biggest landlord. So he's taking all that rent, right, from all of those people, right? All of those British people, he's taking all that rent off them, you know, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And then still asking for more and more and more to keep all of their palaces going and all of their priceless works of art in good condition. You know? And the police work for the Crown. The Crown is a corporation. So the Crown Corporation could never be a monarchy. It's impossible, because it's a business. You can't be a business and a monarchy at the same time. It's impossible. So then you start looking into the court system, you know. So that's all. If you look at every single court, especially Crown Court, right? It's called the Crown Court for a reason. Then you shouldn't really be tried in Crown Court ever, unless you have 12 of your peers as a jury. Without that, you've not received due process, which is against the law. So we've got a king that's not our king by term, just term only. So we've got a king that's not a king, calling the shots with the WEF, and the courts are answerable to him. Parliament's answerable to him, although it's not. The police, you know, it's all corrupted. I've said for many years now, we don't need them. We don't need them. We can run our own societies way better. Do you know what? Someone sent me something earlier on that did piss me off, but I kind of read into it a little bit more, and I sort of thought, maybe. So, you know, I've gone on about people sort of taking justice into their own hands, right? So we're going from the Blade Runners, you know, in London and various other parts of the country where they're trying to bring in this clean air zone bollocks, you know, and fucking fining you every time you drive through there because you've not seen the signs, and people are refusing to pay it and they're getting away with not paying it, you know. Same as the COVID fines. If you were caught out and about, you're meant to be in lockdown. Just give me a fucking piece of paper, whatever it is you're going to give it to me, and just fuck off. And then take it to court and just say, look, this is wrong. You know it's wrong.
And every single one of them was thrown out. Every single one. Whoa, if I ruled the world. So you've got the Blade Runners, right? So the Blade Runners have been going around and chopping down these cameras, these illegal cameras, right? And doing it in their own time with their own gear, taking their own risks, you know. People power. Then you've got these rapid response units that go out to people's houses and take their homes back because they know that they are being taken away from these people illegally. The whole mortgage fraud thing. Please look into the mortgage fraud. It's a fucking rip-off. Any of you that owe money on your mortgage, you don't owe a penny. Fucking hell, that noise. Just bear with me a sec. I can't block it out. I can't. It's impossible. But I know that she's got electrolytes that she needs to replace all that moisture. That it just lasts forever. It just lasts forever. Good girl. Good girl. So we've got the Blade Runners, we've got the rapid response units, and then we've got the paedophile catchers, right? All doing what we are paying out of our council tax for other people to do that are failing big time because they're fucking useless. Hey Lily, I've only just seen you pop in there. Right, let me just read through these, and then I'll just go through this this one thing that I've got on my phone that I just want to just point out to you. The Dukes and such own hundreds of thousands of acres of land. Yeah, it's not their land; it's ours. You know, we do need custodians of this land, so people don't go in there and just fuck it all up. You know. And destroy historical buildings that are just absolutely breathtaking to look at. We do need custodians of some of these parks, you know, to make sure that they're looked after for our generations to come to go and appreciate for free. And I mean, I was going to sort of retract on the whole for free thing because these buildings need to be kept in good condition and it's part of our heritage. But then having said that, yeah, the government should be paying for that. Right, hold on. I got sidetracked. So go back to these paedophile hunters, right? That are doing a marvelous job, right? Proper efficient job of doing. Storm, leave. Just off the charts efficiency, because the police are out there with their little speed guns, just raising money, more and more money for the government coffers. You know, why would we want to go out there and solve crime? We need to make money. That's it, and that's what they're about. Fuck them. So there was this one particular paedophile catcher or pedo hunter, right? I do like I like the word hunter over catcher, if I'm honest. And again, you know my view on paedophiles. We need to bring in a law where they are physically castrated. You know, was it Moldova or Moldova? Oh, I can't remember now off the top of my head. But they did chemical castrations
So I'm assuming by that, the man could never get an erection ever again. That's it. Mine would be a physical castration. Chop off the cock. Chop them off. Chop it off. Just chop. Next, chop. Next, chop. No small talk. No kind of like bartering your way out of it. You know, trying to explain, oh, I won't do it again. Fuck off. Chop. Next, chop. And paedophilia will go straight through the floor. It'll never be gone completely, but it'll make a difference. Oh, I'm hit with a fucking paywall. And it says, so this says, this is how cuntish these people are now. Right? I'll turn that around. Bear with me. The sleep timer on this is ridiculous. Right, so you either accept their cookies, yeah, you accept, or you pay to reject those cookies. But I'll give you a general premise of the situation, right? So basically, it was a Scottish, good, strong, proper, quality Scotsman, you know, patriotic Scotsman, traditional Scotsman, and basically the paedophile that he'd caught, then just sped off, and he jumped in his car and sped off after him. And he got arrested for driving recklessly, and he's potentially looking at jail time. And the pedo got away, and it got ignored, even though there is evidence there. So this is why these assets to our community, they need to keep a level head and don't just jump in the car and start driving it, you know, the same speed as a paedophile who's desperate to escape because he knows that he could end up with, you know, depending on how many children he's raped, he could end up with anything up to a week suspended sentence. You see why we need to police ourselves? Because we get the job done. If you look right back through history, we get the job done. We do need people in charge. And by that, I mean elders, smart elders that have been democratically put in place because of a voting system that works. And then every 6 months, we get to vote again. If they've done a good job, they get in another 6 months. If they don't, they're out and they get replaced by someone else that gets another chance. There are so many simple answers to all of this, you know, there really are. But in many ways, the whole world needs to be in lockstep. Because if we give up our army, we give up our nukes and all of that, what's to prevent us from being invaded from a fucking third world country full of dickheads that just aren't as civilized as we are? Right, so we'll give it another 20 minutes, guys, because I think you know, it's a Friday night, you get a bit of a lie in, but I don't want to keep, I know most of you guys are, apart from Lily, Lily's going about her normal day at the moment, but the vast majority of people that are listening to this right now are way past their bedtime. But fortunately, it's not on a school night, so you'll get a lie in, hopefully, you know. The royal family gave England more status. How? For being parasites. They only gave England more status from a very shallow pretentious perspective. We've not really gained anything from having a royal family. We've gained nothing. And my dad once said, well, actually, the Queen, when the Queen was alive, the Queen's a grafter. My dad's perspective on the royal family is completely different now. I said to him, so the Queen's, what you're saying is that the Queen's a grafter by turning up in a limousine paid by you to cut a ribbon and then on the way back go like that. That's graft, is it, Dad? And he's definitely gone away and thought about that, because some of the stuff he said to me since has surprised me and made me smile at the same time. You know? I haven't seen news all day. Should I check? I don't think you've missed much today, Lily, and I apologise for being 12 minutes late on responding to that. Now we've got timestamps. You've not missed much. You will see a difference. I'll look into that, but I just need to know. I need to know a little bit more information, Dave. If you please email me, because I'm trying to grow my own stuff as well. A lot of us are. So any of these little tips and tricks. Yeah, you know, Joanna Morgan said she'll report back to you, Dave. I do realise that if this fucks up, she will have you arrested for plant murder, because you'll be responsible for the murder of all of her plants if it fucks up. Can you take that kind of level of responsibility on your shoulders? Because I don't think you can. Apparently a milk and water mix, let's just make sure that it's just not Bovaer, hey, is good for getting rid of green and black fly. Ooh, I didn't know that. Now that's a big fucking problem that I've had every year, and it does do my nutting. I just want the fridge. I just went to the fridge and was hijacked by a toffee crisp. I retaliated by eating it. Joanna, if it means you harm, the only way to remove that harm completely is by devouring it. And I do feel like I might have ended up putting a few ideas in your head on the last live stream by showing you loads of vac-packed toffee crisps that I've just bought. I don't know if I told you, but I think I did already, but I've cleaned my co-op out as well, emptied the shelf. Ah, you selfish prepping bastard, you. I know, I'm so terribly sorry. I just want one thing I detest is when the media say cold photography. When it's child abuse, trying to normalize this. This is what we're up against, Linz. This is why we need to take our country back. This is why we need a lot more people. So you've got 30% that are lost, completely and totally brainwashed beyond repair. 30% of people that are awake to some degree or another. And then there's that 40% middle ground. Trump would consider it a swing state. You know, they're the people we need to work on and bring proper justice back, you know, at the hands of the people, as opposed to paedophile judges that are juiced in. Yes, Linz, and trying to change the name from paedophile to minor attracted. I know, yeah, and grooming, right? So you take a dog, right? You take your dog, and it's a labradoodle, spanny fuck tard, blah blah blah. It's a mixture of all these fucking things because loads of people are picking stupid names And loads of people are getting 2 different dogs just to breed together, just so they can come up with another fucking stupid name. So so you've got a dog that's got poodle in its kind of its DNA, right? So its fur, see, poodles have got very curly fur, as you know. That's designed to trap air, because they're gun dogs. They work with hunters, right? They trap air in the fur to make them more buoyant, so they use less energy when they're going to retrieve ducks and geese, right? So if you've got that poodle mixed with another species of dog, another breed of dog, then there's a good chance that it could end up with looking like it's got fucking dreadlocks. All right, mess. So you have to take your dog to be groomed, right? So it goes in looking like shit, comes out looking amazing. Yeah. Now you've got male grooming products that you can buy. When you're going out for a night, you know, I've got this putty stuff that I can make my beard come down into a point, you know? And then women, you know, you've got mousse and, you know, there are loads of grooming products, right? So grooming, again, it's a soft word that needs to be replaced with what it actually is: child rape, right? Again, Google and YouTube, they hate that word, but it helps for this not to be pushed. So I have to say these words, but not just say it for the word, not for the sake of it, you know? Not say any of these words just for the sake of it. It's got to come up at the right moment, right? So they are not grooming gangs. They are child raping gangs. And the vast majority of these child raping gangs are from Pakistan. So yeah, they can change the names all they like. You know, we know what's what. It is what it is. And they need to be fucking dealt with. Elders like me at 68, would you like me to get into power? Yeah, because you've got 68 years worth of life experience. And life experience can't be obtained from uni. So I'm not in all cases, but generally speaking, there's you know, with life experience comes wisdom, you know. So just maybe just look into getting into your local council before it becomes decentralized, you know. And get your community involved and just saying, look, this is what they're doing. They make it sound great, but it's not. It's far from great. Yeah, I agree. Yes, make it sound more acceptable, you know, giving them different names. But we know, you know, wrong is wrong, right is right, wrong is wrong, and we know. And because we know, then that gives us, yeah, we'll talk about that further down the line. But the communities, it's our communities. We need to take our communities back and restore law and order. We don't need these fucking pigs, these egos in fancy dress that work for a corporation. We don't need to be going to courts that are owned by the Crown Corporation, all designed to just make more and more money. I fine you for this, I fine you for that, and I fine you for this. On top of the fact that we send you 2 years incarceration in one of His Majesty's most difficult jails. And even in there,
you're making money for the crown. It's so fucking corrupted. It's unreal. But the more people wake up, you know, the quicker we can get this shit dealt with. And like I've said to you before, I'll never be the one at the back saying, forward, forward. I'll be at the front, you know. I mean what I say. And this trans fluid, trans fluid. I wish you'd termed that differently. I've kept you talking so I could sneak in and pinch your stash of toffee crisps. You know what? I was fucking looking around for them. Please don't take offence, Joanna, but you're a thieving bitch. You're like the opposite of Santa Claus. I was looking forward to them. I've not had a toffee crisp for anything for ages, because it's got loads of other things in there. You know, it's like 0.00005% of my one a day gone. God knows how he got past the girls. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now coming up to 2:20 in the morning. No one in the chat is saying, "Look, it's getting late. Let me be the sensible one here. It's getting late. We need to go to bed. Have a bit of a lie-in. Try and function tomorrow. Blah de blah." No one's doing that, so I've got to do it. So we're going to draw this to a close. I might do another live stream tomorrow night. So to all you guys or anyone that's listening to this after the live stream, because a lot of people watch the live streams after the lives. I will do shorter lives, maybe an hour or an hour and a half or something during the week. I could do an hour live stream to recap on stuff every single night during the week. I'm trying to find ways of compromising, you know. But Friday and Saturday night we'll probably go on into the wee hours, because you get a lie-in. Most people don't have to get off of work on a Friday or a Saturday or a Sunday morning, so anything goes. Depends, you know. So there's no real kind of time restrictions. I'm just trying to be sensible for you guys more than me. I could go all night. So I've been told. I'm sorry. So yeah. We'll bring this to a close. I might do another live stream tomorrow night if you guys are around. And I will be on time next time, because everything that I needed to get, I've got in tonight. And I'll spend tomorrow trying to find a car, because I need a car. I don't need a car, but a car would be useful. So we're at 4 hours, 44 minutes, and we need to get to 44 seconds. I think that'd be lovely. So I'm watching the clock go. I would just like to say good night to all of you. Thank you for giving me your time, you know, because it means a lot. It means a lot. So much love to all of you. And ciao for now.